Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another day of streaming. Today I'm going back to my roots, to Torchlight 3. Yesterday I was asked what's happening with Torchlight 3, are you not gonna play it again? And yeah, I will today. I'm gonna play a little bit of Torchlight 3 today, and then later in the evening, maybe when my friends come back from work, I can play some Godfall with them. We'll see. So for now, Torchlight 3 it is. I can finish leveling this hero finally all the way to 60, maybe do some farming, maybe get some good gear for the setup, and have some fun while doing so. So let's just load into the hero. Alright. Can't say I've missed the long loading screens. I mean, even a game as heavy as Godfall doesn't have such long loading screens. Can't say I've missed those. And they're actually games on the same engine, mind you. So I can't wait for the loading screens of Torchlight 3 to become better optimized. Now, should I save this in case my other one breaks? Let's save it. Whereas for the sword, I can just get rid of it. Let's go do some... Should I do Fazir? Let's do Fazir. Let's hopefully get some... I'm not gonna pick those up right now. Let's hopefully get some... What was the name? The respawning map, gauntlet maps. Let's hopefully get some gauntlet maps so I can get 60 quickly. And Decapitator is back and is saying, hey, do you know anything when the next patch should drop for Torchlight? I don't know about the next patch dropping, but I know tomorrow the developers are collecting me and a bunch of other people from the community to preview the patch for us, to let us see some features of the patch in advance, and then we can give them some feedback about those features. By the way, I've just noticed the alpaca is wiggling its tail. Did you see the tail? Pay attention to the tail of the alpaca. I want to make her stand behind us. See, look at that wiggly tail. That's one happy alpaca. If it's wiggling its tail so much, it should be very happy. I've just noticed. But yeah, most likely the patch is coming 2 weeks from now. Most likely. It's definitely gonna be December. One thing's for sure, it's gonna be December. And my guess is they're gonna patch first or second week of December, so that when the Christmas holidays come, hopefully they can just take 2-3 weeks holiday with their family. So I'm assuming they wanna make sure they give us the final patch of the year before the holidays, obviously. So my guess, week 1 or week 2 of December. But if they need time, I won't be surprised if it lands in week 3. But it's definitely not gonna be after week 3, because after week 3 we're moving to holiday season. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Well, I don't think the drop rates of the legendaries are a problem. I think it's a problem that it's constantly dropping the same crap legendaries, as I might call it. It's not that it's not dropping legendaries, it's not dropping good legendaries. If some people are not getting legendaries, then it must be a bug, because a lot of people are getting 1, 2, 3, 4 legendaries per map. If I don't get legendary one map, the next map I could get 2 or 3 or even 4 for a single map. So yeah, I still haven't found set pieces myself too. I mean, on this hero I'm still looking for the stupid, what's its name? The Molten Reach. You can see I've got from the Dusk Mage items 15 out of 16. The Molten Reach is the one I'm missing. I've got 91 out of 121 items. most of those are forged items. So I've got the Tenderizer missing on the Realmaster, the Molten Reach missing on the Mage, and I've got the set piece, the new set. I found 0 items of the new set items, so it's not a problem with legendary drop rates, but again, legendary drop rates of specific items, in particular the new set. The new set is so bad that it's in regards to drop rates that I've learned to accept that I'm never gonna get the new set until they fix the drop rates. It's just not happening for me, and it's supposed to drop from any monster above level 46. Novice, as I promised, Torchlight 3 stream. Torchlight 3 stream. Thank Novice. He's the one that made me yesterday decide to stream Torchlight 3 today by asking about Torchlight 3. You got your Molten from a legendary bundle. That's nice. Keep in mind, Molten Reach only drops after level 60. So if you have legendary bundles and you're trying to get the Molten Reach, don't open them until you're level 60. There is a list of items that only drop at level 60. Who is interested in me making a video about those? Maybe I can make a video once I get the Molten Reach, so I can actually show the items. I want to show every single item that drops at level 60 in action, so people can kind of know if it's worth it or not to try and get that item that only drops at level 60. The weirdest thing about the level 60 only drops is they made the Bone Razor a level 60 only drop, but they didn't make the Bone Walker level 60 only drop. So you might get at even level 1 or 2 you can get a Bone Walker, but then you would have to wait until level 60 to get the set item, the Bone Razor, and this is very bad. I'm not sure who designed this, I'm not gonna point fingers, but consider either making the Bone Walker also level 60 only drop, or making the Bone Razor any level drop. It's just not fair if you have a set and you have to wait to level 60 to get one part of the set, or you can get the other item. People will get confused. I've said this before in my streams, and I still stand behind this. Novice is always interested in Torchlight 3 content. Okay, good to hear, good to hear. I did have a lot of fun last night in Godfall. I farmed a lot of items off stream. Me and my friends, I'm not sure what happened, but it was the first time we were doing Suaris, Exalted Suaris. One of my friends was like level 40 something, 42, 3 or something like that. The other one was 50. Man, it took us like an hour, maybe more, to beat Suaris Exalted. Normally when I go solo Suaris Exalted, it doesn't take me more than a few minutes. But we couldn't get his blue armor down for so long. We kept dying and dying and dying. So I'm thinking that Godfall maybe scales in difficulty based on how many people you have. Either this or something went wrong. I mean, in the end I was doing 50-60,000 per hit when we got the armor down. But damn, getting that armor down was... yeah, it took a while. Took a minute. So for an hour we kept trying to beat this boss and kept failing miserably. So yeah, Godfall can be challenging the same way Torchlight 3 can be challenging. But later on I farmed some Tower of Trials and I got myself a bubble hammer. With a second... I didn't get the bubble hammer, I got another hammer. The one from Tower of Trials that gets 2 primary affixes. And one of the primary affixes was applying Mark of Weakness when you hit an enemy with your techniques. And the other one was applying the bubble. So it's probably perfectly rolled hammer. In fact, it had crit chance. It had crit damage on it, and with the upgrades, I rolled crit chance. And I think it also had weapon technique or something else. I need to check it. And here's how I die in Torchlight 3. See, this is something I never will approve in Torchlight 3. Losing progress when you die in the stupid Fuzzier dungeon. What's the point? What's the point of setting me back a few maps? I mean, I understand having to restart the same map, but setting me back a few maps is not fun. It's never gonna be fun. That's why I don't like this stupid Fuzzier dungeon. Setting me back a few maps whenever I die and having to catch up. Just anything but fun. Alright, let's... I don't understand why this needs to be there. You having to go back to your checkpoint when you die. Instead of just having to restart the same map. Alright, let's do this. No, I don't want Anchored. Anchored is boring. I'm gonna have to do this one. If I want to run level 60 Fuzziers on Ridiculous with your Forge, I'm probably gonna die a lot. Unless I hit level 57. If I hit level 57, I can equip some level 60 items and maybe try and survive. But for now, I think it's better if I just if I stay put on the lower difficulty. And in general, Ridiculous for me to level up. And it's not gonna be fast. I'm just gonna stand there and do nothing, and it's boring for me when I'm standing there doing nothing when I'm getting boosted. At least when I'm streaming. I mean, if I wasn't streaming, I would love to do it. I can just stay there and chill and try and not die. But yeah, when I'm streaming, I'd rather at least show myself doing something on the stream. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, some things in this game just don't drop, and I've already kind of accepted I'm not gonna get them until they change some things. So the Molten Reach, the extra, what's its name, the extra new set, things like those. There we go. Okay, let's keep moving. The wiggly tail alpaca. It's sitting there chilling, tanking like a boss. I wish we had a taunt pet. A pet that can taunt. I mean, this game can have so much fun with pets. If they only make some proper pet skills and pet skills you can maybe activate. Maybe one dedicated pet skill that you can activate on demand yourself. To give you like a special hotkey button that's dedicated only for activating a pet skill yourself, and being able to only pick one, the same way you can pick one aura. If they make some taunt on the pet, and if they make some more defensive pet skills, like you can get a pet skill with a ton of attack speed and with the Dryad's neckband and with a ton of defenses and block chance and evasion, stuff like that, then you can have a taunt tanking pet to help. Or a pet with crowd control that you can activate yourself. Okay, like this, and boom, and boom. Okay. He died before he could finish his kill. Poor golem. All right. I'm thinking of going that way. There is no other way to go anyways. Oh, okay, acid end. Thankfully I bailed out before I died. And this way now. Who do we got as a boss? Crunk. Let's crank it up. I've not been wooting much in this map. Alright, let's see here. Boss chest. Inventory full. Well, that's where the pet comes handy. Unholy bolt and flat damage. Damn, that's so nice. If only it was level 60 for an unholy build, it would have been amazing. I might still keep it. Maybe it's gonna be better than some level 60 items I can get if I roll some nice defense on it. It could be potentially a very good good drop, because that's still extra flat damage, which still could be better than extra defense. Even though it's only 600 extra flat damage, it still gives me damage to Unholy Bolt. So if I decide to make, for example, an Electrode Unholy Bolt, spamming casting speed build. It might be fun. I just wish that the developers would bring back the cost reduction skills. Cost reduction, mana cost reduction to Absolver, Holy Bolt, Unholy Bolt, Entropy, etc. I'm not sure why they removed those affixes, whether it was a bug or intended. But we really need those back into the game. So this is what my skills look like right now, and I've got 4 more points left, and I'm thinking of putting those 4 points into Unholy Bolt for dark skills damage. I mean, I could put more points into Cold Front to freeze enemies, but right now, keep in mind this tier 3 snowstorm is changing. I can confirm this with the next patch maybe. They're saying that snowstorm tier 3 is no longer gonna work that way. It's no longer gonna be you critically hit frozen enemies while snowstorm is active. In fact, you're no longer gonna be able to freeze champions. So, you know how you can't freeze bosses? Well, you won't be able to freeze champions as well. Which is making Coldheart basically the least wanted relic in my personal preference. Because the only thing that made me want to play Coldheart was the hopes of them eventually fixing tier 3 Snowstorm to actually work. I guess they decided it's gonna be more complicated to make a script. And thank you very much DS Leo for subscribing to my channel if you're watching. I guess it's easier for them to just replace this bonus, Snowstorm tier 3, instead of fixing it. Maybe fixing it, figuring out a way to make it work past the crit chance cap would take more development than just replacing it with something else. So it's sad for this relic, because it was my favorite thing in the relic. Now my favorite thing is Ice Shield. I mean, before it was Snowstorm tier 3 and Ice Shield, or Ice Shield and hoping for Snowstorm tier 3. Now it's kind of like so-so. Kind of like so-so, yeah. Not much to expect there. Let's put this chest somewhere. I think it belongs in my Dusk Mage storage actually. Let's find a place with a chest. Come on. Do I have chests everywhere? Damn. So many chests. Okay. There's room here. Let's do the next one. Am I gonna die at 13 again? By the way, it's Black Friday, I think, today. Tomorrow, not today, tomorrow. Although the stores in my country have already started their Black Friday deals. I just got a bunch of emails today of PC parts stores. The Decapitator says, what, really? So the freeze chance on weapons won't also work anymore on champions? Yes, freeze chance on weapons also won't work on champions. You're not gonna be able to freeze champions of any sort. So yeah, this is kind of... it's making freeze chance kind of pointless because it matters on bosses. It really doesn't matter much on trash mobs because you can kill trash mobs pretty quickly anyways. So you wanted it on champions and you wanted it on bosses. It didn't work on bosses, but at least it worked on champions, and now it's not gonna work on champions at all as well. So they're kind of killing freeze. They might as well remove freeze from the game as a mechanic. And yeah, I guess no one's gonna notice the difference now. I was a fan of freeze as well. What's the point of freeze now if it's only meant to crowd control the little guys that get 1 shot or 2 shot? You won't really need it for the little guys because they die from one spell. They're gonna die before the freeze even lands on them in most cases. See, this guy, he got frozen, but did I really need to freeze him when he was like at 10% HP without me even hitting him directly? And I'm not even using my my harmonic form damage yet. So the damage I do right now is not even the final form. This mage can truly say this is not even my final form if he's not in harmonic form. And this is, by the way, double HP map. Keep in mind, in this map the enemies have twice the HP. So they would have died much sooner. I know, they keep changing things no one asked to get changed. And I understand their logic behind changing those things, but I also don't agree with it. Even though I understand their reasoning behind some changes, I never will agree with those. Because they're just breaking full possibilities of builds centered around something by doing those changes. Now freeze builds become useless. Other than maybe super high level Fazir. But on super high level Fazir you're still better off if everyone stacks damage. And you just kill stuff before it can hit you. You can stack damage and defense rather than freezing on those difficulties. Especially if you have a ranged hero. Wuka, welcome back Wuka. Arrivederci Wuka. I think this meant hello, didn't it mean hello? I hope I didn't say goodbye. Or maybe I said goodbye. I'm not. My Italian is terrible. I've never studied Italian. I think I just messed up and I said goodbye instead of hello. But I guess ciao. Ciao means it means hello and goodbye. At least in my language, ciao means only goodbye. We use the Italian word ciao as goodbye, but I've heard Italians using it for hello as well. I do watch some Italian TV shows on Netflix though. I do watch some Italian TV shows on Netflix. But nice to hear that my pronunciation was actually nice. Did not expect to hear that. Let's see. Listen one thing, man. Alright, let's listen. What am I listening? And which word do you use for hello? Other than ciao, what other words do you use? Other than buonasera and things like that. I knew there was a word. I'm pretty sure I knew a word in Italian for hello other than ciao, but I've forgotten it. He's asking, is the Realm Master Electrode viable with two-handed weapon to reach 251 Fazir, or do you think it's better with... Well, I still think it's better with sword and... not sword and shield. If you want Electrode, I would go Mace and Shield. Mace and Shield so you can proc the basic attacks. I mean, you can go sword and shield, but that means you shouldn't use the basic attack proc. I'm not sure what skills you're using from the Electrode. Can you tell me which Electrode skills you're using? Are you using Chaotic Strikes? Are you using Walk-Away Storm? Are you using the basic attack proc? The the Shocking Force or whatever it was called. Oh, buongiorno, yeah, buongiorno. It was the word I was missing. Yeah. So that's the word I was trying to say when I said arrivederci. Okay, I know about buonasera for the evening. So buongiorno is only for the morning. I didn't know. I thought it was for any time of the day. So I guess ciao is the universal for any time of the day. Buongiorno is for the morning, and for the evening is buonasera. Let's get some damage on this bad boy. Come on, give me damage. I know you want to give me damage. Where's the damage? Now I'm gonna get trolled. Watch me burn through 15. No. Okay. Okay, thankfully I didn't need to burn through 15,000 to get this. I can keep this as a spare one in case the other one breaks. So yeah, on the Realm Master Electrode, let me open my browser quickly. If we're gonna talk about Realm Master Electrode, I need to have my browser open. So, are we on Realm Master? Let's switch to Electrode. So basically, if you're using Shocking Force, you really want a mace. Or a Rail Hammer, if you want two-handed. But you see, a shield would give you a lot of block chance. It would give you a lot of defenses as well. And on a shield you can put chance to slow enemies. And yeah, chance to slow enemies will not work on bosses, but it will still work on champions. So it's still okay. Otherwise you would have to put Spike Drive. If you don't use Spike Drive on bosses, you won't be able to use Lantern Flash passive tier 2 bonus damage on them. So I still suggest 1 point into Spike Drive, and only use it before the fight on a boss. Just apply the Spike Drive before your combo. But if you're doing a train build, you might want to consider going basic mace attacks. Maces are the fastest attacking weapon in the game, and this proc is super strong. The thing you really want on a Realm Master Electrode is Lightning Strike maxed out. You really want this maxed out. And Energizer maxed out is also great, especially if you're using Chaotic Strikes. So whether you go for Walkaway Storm or Chaotic Strikes is entirely up to you. Right now 1000 Volt Burst is super overpowered, because instead of 55% weapon damage, the tier 3 does 550. This is most likely getting fixed with the next patch, so use it while it lasts. Tier 3000 Volt Burst melts bosses and champions. So Energizer with this skill on basic attacks with tier 3000 Volt Burst, and maybe using Chaotic Strikes to dump energy so you can get 1000 Volt Burst quicker, would be your pretty good combo. And Tingling Sensation, you need to put at least 1 point. At least 1 point to get that extra shock duration. Ideally you would max it out though. So you want this one maxed out, you want this one maxed out, you probably want this one maxed out, probably this one maxed out, and this one maxed out. So that's 10, 20, 30 and with those two, and 35 with this. 35 points, 36 points with 1 point Tingling Sensation. So if I were to make you the build right now over here, that would be probably the strongest thing you can get right now. Let's say you put only 1 point here and you have chance to shock on your weapon maybe. Maybe let's say you put 5 points here. That's 40 points. Let's put 8 points here. Let's put 1 point here. Let's put 4 points here. Let's maybe put 8 points here. And that's 61. Maybe this, and I can't max out this thing. And if I remove 3 points here, I can do this. And you even have maybe room for Whitening Barrier, maybe. So let's say you do this here, you do... well, you do maybe this here, you do maybe... maybe... I'm not sure. Let's say you do this, let's say you do this, let's say you do this. There's room for things. You can even use Lantern Flash as an active skill. Oh, maybe 1 point into Spike Drive, like this. And then you've got room. You can even do this if you wanted. So this is probably what I would do if I want to do a more optimized setup, if I don't need this thing here. Although 1 point into this is not a bad choice. Alternatively, you can try and maybe remove some points from here. You can try, if you want, you can maybe instead of Shotgun Car... okay, 8 levels here. Instead of Shotgun Car, you can try and use Shield Car. So you have better crit chance for the Flamethrower Car. And so you have better survivability instead of the shotgun. But ideally I would have this with the shotgunner shield with the doom pipe. And yeah, alternatively you can put 1 point into lightning barrier, unequip lantern flash. You can remove points from this one if you don't need the damage reduction. And maybe put points into shocking display. And there's options. Alright, let's go back into the game. Hopefully this is helpful to you and anyone else who's thinking of a train Electro Trailmaster. What does shock provide? You're asking what shock provides. Well, first, if you shock an enemy, you can proc things like the lightning strike. And shock also procs lightning bolts. Shock bolts, shooting upon the initial shock that can hit enemies as well. And it also does a little bit of damage. Not much, but still does some damage. And how to work in total the swow chance. Basically, the chance to swow on items. I'm not sure if I can show you one item with chance to swow. I'm gonna be able to find something here. Where is it? I'd rather have item in front of me when I talk about it. So see, this one is 17.9% chance to swow by 50% of base speed, and this speed is attack and movement speed. Not just movement, but attack and movement speed. So if I have this item equipped, whenever I hit an enemy with any skill, even basic attacks with anything, whatever it is, if I'm doing damage to the enemy, I have a chance to swow it. But if the enemy is a boss, I won't be able to swow it with this item. I would have to use things like, if I'm on Dusk Mage, I would have to use Holy Fury, or I would have to use Dark Spears. If you stack Dark Spears and Holy Fury, you get 2 times 50%, but swow is capped at 80%. You cannot swow an enemy more than 80%. There was a time where we could reach 100% swow, and we could freeze an enemy in place by stacking Holy Fury with Dark Spears. It was actually a pretty fun build. Stacking Dark Spears and Holy Fury, it was fun. I could freeze enemies. I could put Dark Spears underneath an enemy or in front of an enemy, and then start channeling Holy Fury, and then I would see the enemy standing in place doing nothing. It was a bit overpowered, so that's why they added the limit to the swow for 80%. But yeah, you just need an item, a shield ideally on a Railmaster, with a chance to swow. If you can't find a shield, maybe a Doom Pipe would work as well, or another focus item. The way I like to play the Railmaster is I like to have the Doom Pipe in the Legendarium, and I like to have a Shotgunner's Shield with chance to swow. and then to get spike drive so I can swap bosses. Because 65% is a lot. 65% is definitely a lot, and it's nice. Okay. Alright, moving on this way. Alright, this one's down. Maybe it's time to do this. From my microphone I can't see my keyboard sometimes. Still getting used to finding a proper location. Right now I've rotated my microphone to face away from the door, so it doesn't pick up sounds that are coming from my door. But it's very not optimal. When my family goes back to in December or whenever, when they go back to overseas, I would face my microphone towards the door. But right now, many times there would be people right in front of the door talking, and hopefully the stream doesn't pick it up too much. It's very weird the way I've made my microphone. My microphone is coming from my left side with the microphone arm, and then I've rotated it in such a way that the microphone is facing the arm. So it's like a U-turn. The cable is doing like a U-turn. You're gonna see it soon. You're gonna see it soon when I start using the camera. And right now it's right in front of my eyes, so I can't see my keyboard. Sometimes I need to sometimes I need to see my keyboard. Where's this boss? Come on, come on. Cronky boy got wrecked again. Alright, I'm almost 57. When I'm 57 I can equip some level 60 items. Alright, let's see. Energy spike. Defense boy. Wait, what am I wearing right now? Arc powered boots. With crit chance, crit damage and relic energy generation. Well, I want it for the crit damage, honestly. But my defenses are so bad. 12% physical damage. See, if I went to ridiculous, I'm gonna get one shot by trash mobs. That's why I'm not on ridiculous right now. I'm just not ready for ridiculous with this hero. I wouldn't mind going there, but I'm gonna be the walking the walking guy asking for a one shot. can't get any squishier than that. I mean, the only thing that's gonna make me squishier is on equipping everything. Alright, almost 57. Hopefully I can get this to level 50 soon. I mean, with this tempo we're getting to 50, bit by bit. 2, 3, 4 maps per level. It's not that terrible. And I'm not even getting gauntlet maps. I'm gonna start looking for gauntlet maps after this. Or I can do some Mapworks portals. I've got plenty of Mapworks portals. But yeah, I want until like 6-7 PM my time, so within the next 5 hours, to try and get level 60, maybe farm some stuff, maybe get a Molten Reach if I'm lucky. No, move. Okay. Let's keep moving. But yeah, in the evening I'm gonna do some Godfall. So those of you who want some more Godfall in the evening, we can do some of it. If only I was using Energy Spike. I might keep those boots. I didn't know damage with Energy Spike. Oh, that's pants, that's not boots. For a moment I thought it's pants. Well, I'm still gonna keep it. Damage with Energy Spike. For Energy Spike builds. Could be interesting. Are all of them wearing pants? Okay, this one's not wearing pants. There we go. Wait, I'm hearing some weird sound. I'm hearing some weird sound in the background of the game and I'm wondering if it's the game. Let me mute it. Yeah, it was the game. It stopped. It was like some sort of buzzing sound. Glitching, buzzing sound. Pretty weird. It seems like some super annoying static. Alright, I'm probably not gonna do the blazing maps, because they're boring. I mean, I'm gonna get wrecked in the blazing maps with my current defense. Let's try and find the gauntlet. There is no gauntlet. Is there a goblin map at least? Alright, the annoying sound is gone. So the bug with the glitchy static noise happens to you too? Interesting. I'm wondering what it could be. What could be the cause of it? Oh, the same sound. I think it's the water. I think the water sound effects got glitched. Ah, it's so annoying. I can't stand this sound. It's like drilling into your brain with with a hand drill, with the hand drill that you have to rotate to make a drill into a skull. The one that they use in some old movies and stuff, the doctors. I mean, I'd rather listen to actual modern drill sounds than this. Than this effect. I'm not sure what effect it is, but I'm pretty sure it has to do something with the water, most likely. You're saying that going to character selection will fix it? When you play the Dusk Mage since the last Goblin patch? Okay. That's interesting. So it's a Dusk Mage only book? It's not a water book? I'm wondering what's causing it. And I didn't see who just subscribed, but thank you very much for subscribing to my YouTube channel if you're watching. Really appreciate it. I missed to see your name. I can't pause in multiplayer to go and see it, but thanks very much. Really appreciate the YouTube sub. Welcome to the Struck Club. No, 3 plague bearer bows. They've got those toxic bows. The toxic salty bows. Boom. They're not chocolate anymore. This reminds me of the South Park movie. Some of you might get what I'm talking about, others might not. From that song, the chef song, the chocolate salty balls song. So we can make toxic salty balls from the Plague Bearer mod. Oh no. This almost one-shot me. I've got my own bow. Big bow spewing little bows. Entropy, it's the name. The name of the game. Actually, using entropy in Godfall as well. Godfall has a skill, an augment called entropy, which is pretty nice. It shoots 3 projectiles, 3 physical projectiles whenever you activate your Archon Fury. And speaking of Archon Fury, my build yesterday became so much better. I mean, I can probably stack hundreds of Archon Fury, hundreds of % of Archon Fury bonus damage. Just from 2 items, just from my 2 rings, I get like 80%. Just from the secondary stats, excluding primary stats. And then there's another item that gives me 70+% extra if spirit is my highest stat, which it is. Wuka wants to ask more questions. Yeah, sure, ask away. We're 57. As I said, the final 4 points I'm putting into Unholy Bolt. I'm gonna have 1 point spare left. So I've got 3 more levels and I need 2 more points here. And after that, well, after that it's... I'm gonna consider instead of... yeah, I'm gonna consider putting... maybe 1 point damnation. 1 point damnation would be nice for survivability, but that means I'm not going to be able to use the basic attacks. But I'm not using the basic attacks right now. I'm abusing a glitch in the system that allows me to proc large boars with my golems cheating aura. So eventually in the end I'm gonna remove large boars from the final setup if I do make a build video, which I will eventually. I'm probably first gonna make a build video for Godfall in the next few days, probably next week, maybe this weekend, we'll see. Just trying to gear that hero up a little bit better. That Archon Fury build though. You activate Archon Fury and he does so much damage. Before that it doesn't do much, but once you activate it, oh boy. Definitely good for co-op, not as good for solo. Oh, broken map. And it's the bad kind of broken map where I've missed 4 goblins. I really hope I can actually find those 4 goblins I've missed. Yeah, I didn't go through here. This way I'm gonna go back through this side. Hopefully they're here, no? No 4 goblins in this side. Oh boy. Imagine if there is not enough goblins, if I can't find 4 extra goblins to slay. Now where do I even look? Okay, I see a little part of the map where I haven't been. But you know what? I'm not gonna bother. This bug, the sound bug, is still here in the character selection. What's happening with this sound bug? Maybe... No, that's not fixing it. The only thing that fixes this bug is muting the master. Why? Why does the game have to torture me with some white noise? It's annoying. How much should be considered good to have in resistances with the Realm Master to aim at level 251? Not just the Realm Master, for everyone. I try to have 40-45 physical and over 60% in fire, poison and electric. So meaning that 45 physical gives you 45 of every other element. And then you need at least 15 more or 20 more of the other elements. So for physical I try to keep it 45, and that's without life binding armor. Those resistances are without wearing wife-bound armor. If you wear wife-bound armor, obviously you're gonna have higher numbers. Yeah, Angered Ancestors is in general a map I just don't wanna do. If I can, I just pick anything else that's not Angered Ancestors. It's just boring. Let's see if I've got some level 60 items to wear. They're probably in my other Dusk Mage and I don't feel like switching. But I'm pretty sure I've got some entropy stuff in my storage that I can equip. Yeah, sometimes it's the perk of the stage, and that's when I stop pushing. When I encounter the Angered Ancestors map stages, that's when I just say, fuck it, this is not balanced. I'm not gonna keep pushing more, it's not worth it. But that's just me. That's just me. I refuse to do content that doesn't feel fun to do. Where did my entropy items go? I'm pretty sure I had a storage full with entropy items. Where did I put them? Why can't I find them? Alright, let's use those for now, by the way. So we're gonna use those. I'm probably gonna put this somewhere. This is level 60, so I'm probably gonna use it as well. Although it's energy spike, it's still better than... Oh no, it's not better than mine. Because it's not gonna give me defense. Anything else I can grab? This is Absolver, so it can still work for me. I still would rather wear my own one. Mana again. If I lose the relic energy generation and get physical damage, it could work, or I can just get a shield, but I really want the mana again. So let's grab this and experiment. Now, where was entropy? Light spear, unholy bolt, ice shield duration. 33% ice shield duration. I'm gonna experiment with this as well. I can use this one too. Holy Fury. Additional bolts, relic energy cost. Okay, this is also pretty nice. And it doesn't matter that it's low level. And this one can shock. It's gonna be good synergy. Where the hell did I hide my entropy items though? The question of the year. Entropy, level 60. Okay. Not so bad. Did I really only have one entropy item? That's sad. That's so sad if I only had one entropy item saved up. Another entropy item. Shoulder. So the question now is, go for entropy or go for absolver? Okay, let's say I go for the chance to shock item. And let's say I decide to go for the additional bolts Phaeton shock maybe. And lose some mana again. And then let's say I go for absolver damage for now instead of entropy. And maybe entropy damage here instead of crit chance. Does that do physical damage? It doesn't. But there's a lot of resistances, so it's a win-win. And now I need more defense. I'm gonna get Ice Shield duration and stack it with this Ice Shield duration. And that's 60 something % Ice Shield duration. It doesn't show it, but it hopefully does give more duration to Ice Shield. Five seconds. If I remove those two items, what's gonna happen to Ice Shield duration? Still 5 seconds. So I'm getting probably 7.5 seconds. Let's see. Yeah, 7.5 seconds duration. Not bad. Not bad. I'm still wearing 3 pieces Celestial. So I've got electric defense now. And my poison defense is in need of a boost. I'm gonna just put some stuff in the storage. Actually, let's check for some stuff in the storage. I can get defenses but lose the absolver damage, which I don't want to lose for now. More duration for Ice Shield, but then I'm gonna have to equip another piece of equipment from the Celestial set. Arc powered pants. I'm gonna consider using those as equipped. Anything else worth wearing? Let's see. Oh, look at those defenses here. If I need survivability, that's probably the way to go. I'm gonna put this back there. Defense, crit damage, relic cost, poison defense. I can sacrifice some absolver damage and use this as well. Or even better, maybe use this one and remove something else, like the chest piece. This final piece of the puzzle, sorting out my level 60 items, would take a while, I guess. Come on, give me something fun. Absolver damage. Absolver damage, okay. Three skill levels to Ice Golem, meaning I can remove 3 levels from it. All of this evasion chance is kind of a waste. Okay, let's put some stuff back into there. Page 3. Come on, there's gotta be something worth wearing here. 59 light spear. Absolver. Still not decided whether I want to go for Absolver or for entropy damage stacking. It's best to focus on one thing. Of course, if you can get an item that gives you damage to Absolver and damage to entropy at the same time, it's the best choice, but yeah, what are the chances of getting that? Pretty slim. Because the drops are pretty shady. Duration to Ice Shield. And hello Darek, and Wuka says, hey Struck, I forgot to ask one important thing. Sure, ask, and Wuka was actually gonna go, but he forgot to ask. Novi says that the suspicion is on Dark Spear about the book. Wuka still asking about the Realmaster Electrode. Sure, Wuka. Okay, I think I've checked everything. Let me check, see if I missed some chat messages. I don't think I've missed any. I just read those. But yeah, ask away, and in the meantime, I'm gonna figure out what to do with all those items I selected. Ideally, I would try and wear this for defense. And then wear some sort of a chest with defense. Where do I get a chest with defense? Maybe this one, 6,000. And then and if I put the arc powered pants equipped, my fire goes to 32 from 51, but my regular goes to 32 from 29. Wookie says, is that I'm trying to see the shock debuff when I attack enemies, but I never see the shock debuff. I just see it when I use a weapon that provides shock chance. Yes, you can't shock without a weapon that does shock chance or without a tingling sensation. As I mentioned, I'm gonna show you my browser again. If you don't have a weapon with shock chance, you need tingling sensation. When you max out tingling sensation, for example, let me remove some points just to max it out. This gives you chance to shock, and I don't think it's 10%. I think it was 25%, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember it being only 10%. Maybe they changed it, but I remember it being more than just 2% per level. We can check. We can go and check later in the care session. But yeah, you need to use Tingling Sensation if you don't have shock chance on the weapon. Otherwise, you need to use a skill that shocks, and there aren't that many. In fact, there probably are just a few skills that might shock, if I'm not mistaken. So, if you want to be stacking shock, in fact, sacrificing a little bit of damage to get shock chance could be better DPS. I haven't experimented enough, but maybe sacrificing that 9,800 damage row for a chance to shock row would result in better damage for a proc monster build, for a build that relies on hitting the enemies that are shocked, so you can proc lightning strikes. And Football in 48 says, why do people give this game bad review? Well, maybe this game is just not their cup of tea. Maybe they're fanboys of other games and give bad reviews to every other game that's not their favorite game. There's many reasons. Some of the bad reviews are legit, and people just don't enjoy this game because it's not their cup of tea. I'm not saying the game is perfect, but it doesn't deserve that many bad reviews. But the game is very different from what people are used to playing. And that understands why certain things will just not be the way they're used to behaving in a game. Like, some of the behavior in the game is different, like skill system kind of different than other games. The passives are kind of hidden behind actives, and in general, there's a ton of build variety that's not on the surface. And someone might open the skill tree and see, hey, this guy has 7 skills here and 7 skills here. That's not enough. That's only 14 skills. That's not enough skills. But that's not true, because each of those skills has 3 passives tied to it. So not only do you have tier 1 and tier 2 making this skill itself stronger, but I also have a 10% crit chance for dark skills as a passive, which can boost the damage of this, and this, because this and this don't do damage. So even if I don't use this as an active skill, I can put 4 points into it and boost the damage of those 4 other skills here. And the same goes for this one. This one is dark skills extra damage as tier 2. I can not use this skill as an active, just invest into it as a passive and boost this one. So there's a lot of things that are not on the surface, and if someone spent less than 20 hours playing the game, they probably wouldn't have seen enough of the game to give it a legit review. Okay, I'm wondering if I should go for Ice Shield duration. I think the build the way it is right now would be fine. Hopefully. I know I don't need this, nor this, nor this. And I could probably put this somewhere, but yeah, alright, let's do some farming now. But yeah, if you have certain questions regarding the game and you wanna know whether it's your type of game, ask me. Ask away, and I can try and answer as close to as good as possible. I mean, versus vanilla Torchlight, if you remove the modding from Torchlight 2, I love this game more. When you consider modding in Torchlight 2, then Torchlight 2 has a ton of modding done by the community. I personally prefer this game to Torchlight 2 because I love the skill system of this game more. I don't like the enchanting system in either game. Torchlight 2 enchanting system is very restrictive. Wait, I'm missing something? Oh yeah, I'm missing something, just a moment. So in this game the enchanting system is not bad, but it needs expanding. It needs to get expanded. But in Torchlight 2 it was very grindy, and it either works or doesn't, and it felt wrong. In this game it feels right, but it feels incomplete, for example. But the skill system in this game I enjoy so much more than the restrictive skill system we had in Torchlight 2. So comparing the two games, obviously it's something that can be avoided, and it will be done over and over. But this game is very different from Torchlight 2. Like, the pet system is super different right now. Pets are just skins. Just skins. Different pets don't do anything than just providing a different skin. But on any pet skin you can equip any skill. For example, if I want my pet to summon skeletons, regardless of what pet I get, I can just put the skeleton summoning skill here and do it. If I want my pet to heal, I can put the healing skill. If I want the pet to give me a crit chance aura, I can put it. If I want movement speed aura, I can change it. So there's a lot of customization, and I really like the system this current way. That way I don't feel the need to get a specific pet just so I can unlock a certain skill. But the pet system needs more work. It needs to get clever, because the pets are a little bit stupid. They're still in elementary school, let's say, so they need to get smarter. We also need a system to have defensive, offensive, and neutral stance. We also need a pet force attack, force movement button for pets and minions, so we can tell them, hey, focus this enemy, don't attack anything else. And I would love to see more skills. Right now we only have those skills here for the pets. 4 auras, 1, 2, 3, 4 auras, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other skills. So it's not much. And the system really could get expanded, but at least I don't have to do a boring fishing mini game to get fish to feed it to my pet, to get it to transform for a few seconds. But I would prefer that mini game fishing instead of the current gathering system in the game. Thankfully I don't feel the need to do the gathering, because contracts reward me with enough resources. So thankfully I don't need to do the gathering minigame in this game. But if they were to replace that gathering minigame with a fishing game to get resources, it definitely would be a little bit less boring. It's still gonna be boring, but at least less boring. Many people were saying bring back fishing. What exactly of the fishing did you guys like? I mean, it was a boring, stupid minigame that, yeah, you could get some resources and some fish to feed to the pet, but if you take the fish out of the equation, I didn't feel the need to do fishing in vanilla Torchlight 2. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing fishing in the game when they add more endgame, when they fix some of the broken things, when they rebalance some things, when they rework the Forged. I mean, obviously there's gotta be more important things than fishing, but yet fishing is probably the most voted, the most upvoted ticket on Note. Some people would probably give the game bad review because it doesn't have the fishing and the old pet system, for example. Which is, it's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable for that reason, for those two reasons alone. Some people are gonna say that the combat is bad. I really love the combat. I really enjoy the combat in Torchlight 3. But yeah, whether this is worth playing again versus Torchlight 2, it's something that's different for each person. For me it's definitely worth it, for others it may not be. But yeah, in general I love the classes in this game, but I also love the classes in Torchlight 2 as well. It would be interesting if someone makes a mod where they're bringing the Torchlight 2 classes into the mix, but without dual wielding it's gonna be hard to bring the Torchlight 2 classes to this game unless the mod includes dual wielding. Because how are you gonna do Berserker Outlander without those? And also another thing that people may not like about this game is the lack of endgame. You only have one endgame activity and that's it. So that probably is a major reason why people were giving it bad reviews. Keep in mind the majority of the bad reviews were given during early access in June. So most bad reviews on Steam are from 5 months ago, when the game launched as early access and people didn't understand what early access means and what it's supposed to be. That it's supposed to have connection problems, it's supposed to have bugs. It's a phase where things get broken and changed based on feedback. So there's a ton of reviews from then, but there's still a serious amount of negative reviews that are recent. And yeah, some of them are legit, but there's a ton of misinformation in those reviews. I've seen people saying bullshit such as the game forcing you to be online to earn items. That's not true. That's not true. People keep trolling and spreading misinformation. There was one gamer that even glitched Steam into thinking he spent 3,000 hours in the game when he probably didn't spend more than 20 hours, not 1,000, 20 hours. He probably didn't even spend 10 hours playing the game. But he if you look at this guy's profile, you would see he's a troll. And you would see that he's cheating and using trainers to unlock all the achievements in the game in the exact same second, which is physically impossible. It's physically impossible in this game to beat all 3 act bosses, to get 1 million gold and to get all those other achievements in the exact same hour and minute on the exact same day. So he's obviously using some trainers and tools to think to make Steam think he spent thousands of hours in the game and to unlock every single achievement. And yeah, you have to be careful. Everyone can put a review, even hackers and cheaters can put reviews on Steam. So just don't trust Steam reviews. It's much easier to see a YouTuber or a streamer playing the game or watch a review of the game from someone who has spent at least 30 hours playing the game or so, other than reading some bunch of text that anyone can write. Zizuboy, there's gonna be Kekfall tomorrow, later tonight. I'm probably gonna do some co-op with my friends if they come back from work around 7, 6, whatever. Whenever they come back from work, I will do some Godfall. And yeah, I'm gonna be playing that Archon Fury build I was playing yesterday. I think my Archon Fury is reaching over 300-400% bonus damage now. And I found myself a very nice hammer. I found myself a hammer that applies weakness when hitting enemies and also gives me a bubble. So a hammer from the Tower of Trials with 2 affixes, two primary affixes. So it's not the hammer bubble, it's a different hammer, but it also has the hammer bubble affix on it. Because you know how the Tower of Trials items after level 10 drop. They're not after level 20, they're after level 10. Those items can have 2 of the affixes that drop on other items. Any 2 other primary affixes can roll together. That's how they seem to work. and I got my first such hammer last night. And it's amazing. It's amazing. The problem with that build is it's not that good for solo unless you pre-build your Archon Fury. And on a boss fight it's very difficult to pre-build your Archon Fury if there's no jars to break nearby. But in a team fight, if you can try and survive until your Archon Fury is ready, it can work nice. Because yeah, the damage it can do will be amazing. I've got over 3700 spirit now. And it can keep growing if I keep getting Electrum to upgrade my augments, and if I get higher level augments, because I'm still using some lower level ones. So it's not a full build, but it's pretty close. It's probably 80-90% finished. Archon Fury weapon technique spirit build on the air, and the hammer was air damage. The best thing about the hammer is that it was air damaged, so I no longer use my water bubble hammer. I just use this new one with the air damage. And when I upgraded it, I managed to add some crit chance. So it has crit chance, crit damage, and one more good thing at the bottom, I think weapon technique damage or something like that.
You can't cast that spell here.
And Wuka was asking about tingling sensation. Did I miss the question? You have chance to shock enemies, but when hit with weapon or... So Wuka tingling sensation works with any hit. Any hit. It could be weapon, it could be basic attack of the weapon, it could be a spell, it could be things like ice shield, for example. If you were... Actually, you can't get ice shield because you're on the electrode, but it can be any type of hit. Tingling sensation gives you a passive chance to shock. So it's the same as having a chance to shock affix on your items. You can also get chance to shock on gauntlets. So you can find gauntlets, any type of gauntlets, blue, green, legendary, with chance to shock. And you can stack that chance to shock with tingling sensation, and then you won't need to use chance to shock on your weapon. But again, if you're going for an electrode build, it might be worth considering a weapon with chance to shock. It's fine to sacrifice a little bit of flat damage for extra chance to shock. You're gonna do more procs with less damage, instead of less procs with more damage. So that's good, and that's good enough. Zizou is reading through Torchlight 3 reviews on Steam. I think that most of those reviews are trolls or fanboys. I think probably 20-30% of those reviews on Steam are legit people who actually have valid suggestions and reasons why they don't play the game and why what could improve in the game. They make valid points. 30% of those negative reviews are legit concerns that I agree with. But the majority is just people who either didn't play the game enough or didn't understand major core components of the game, or just in general it's not the right game for them, and they should have stuck to another game and not maybe even gotten it in the first place. I mean, in the first few minutes you would know whether you like the combat system or not. For example, the other day I played Crowfall, and I didn't need more than a few hours in Crowfall to say this combat system is stupid, it's boring, it's not well done. The way enemies can hit you from afar without them being next to you, even close range enemies. It looks like super outdated combat system, super bad, super lazy. I didn't need to play 20 hours of Crowfall to know that it's not the right game for me. But I'm not gonna say the game is shitty, because there's gonna be people who would enjoy it. It's just not my cup of tea. and the way it works feels super weird to me, and it's just weird. And they're stupid quests, which obviously I don't need to do the quests, but it was my main quest, and it pissed me off having a main quest to escort some sort of stupid caravans. And that normally is reserved for side quests, not the main one. And I can't skip it and move on to the next quest. But again, Steam reviews are the last thing I would consider when thinking if I wanna buy a game or not. There's much better reviews on YouTube than the ones on Steam, where people actually show you footage of the game, where they actually talk after spending at least a few hours, a few tens of hours, 20-30 hours of playing the game. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the person who spent the most time playing Torchlight 3 and Torchlight Frontiers, but I definitely have played enough to know all the good and bad sides of the game, and I can give you an honest opinion about everything. I'm never sugarcoating when it comes to this game. Even though I have received my copy for free during early access, which I'm thankful to the developers, I'm still not gonna pretend the game is perfect and lie to people and tell them to buy it. But there's still a lot of good things about the game. In general, the best thing about the game is the build diversity. So if you like playing the same build over and over and over again, it's gonna get boring. If you like to do the same boring content on the same build, it's gonna get boring. But if you like to do the same boring content on different builds, then at least you're gonna have much more replayability. You can make like over 200 builds right now. With the current build diversity, you can make over 200 builds in the game. Some builds would feel same but play different. Other builds would feel different but play the same. And so there's gonna be obviously similarities between one build and the other, but it's still gonna be a different build. And yeah, having 20 archetypes, 20 class and subclass combos, and being able to go relic mode or dark skills or light skills, or go relic mode and conductor and slammer. There's at least 60 obvious choices for builds, and from there you start customizing, and then from 60 it jumps to 200. When you consider items, I really love the itemization in the game. I just think we need a system to reroll affixes. I really think we need a system to reroll affixes in the game. Because right now it's gonna feel very grindy if you wanna min-max an item. And if you like min-maxing items, this game is gonna be your bane. You're gonna have a bad time. If you wanna min-max an item to get that one item with those perfect rolls, you may never get them. You may spend 3, 4, 5, 10 years playing the game and never get a perfectly min-maxed item with the perfect rolls. Because RNG is a bitch. And you can't make it your bitch unless you have an item rerolling system where you can reroll the affixes. So yeah, I hope they give us such a system soon. Did you see that 500,000 crit on the golem? 500,000 crit on the golem, and I'm actually using a weapon with chance to shock, not full flat damage. It's downscaled to level 58. I'm pretty sure with the golem, with min-max setup, you can do 1,000,000 damage on normal, which would translate to 300,000 damage in ridiculous. I didn't even have a snowstorm when I did that damage. Yeah, the golem is such a nuke. The golem is probably the biggest nuke I've seen. I mean, the biggest non-ultimate nuke. Of course, 1000 volt burst is super high nuke, and other ultimate relic skills. But the golem does the most damage from all other 50 relic energy cost skills. The biggest problem with the golem is it doesn't do the damage when you first cast it. I would be happy if they make it do half the damage when you first cast it, and then the complete damage when you recast it. Why can't I wear those level 57 items? Oh, never mind. It's just that they don't have sockets. That's why they're not highlighted. Alright, let's keep doing map works portals to level up. yeah, quote of the day, okay. Feel free to quote me on that, and let's give Sky a petting. Let's give Sky a petting. And Zizou added a permitted term, bitch. Thanks for adding this permitted term. Being a moderator, that's a good mod. He notices I missed to add a permitted term from the profanity filtering, and adds it. Good job, thanks. I think every Wooter game, regardless whether it's a Wooter shooter, hack and slash isometric game, Wooter slasher like Godfall, I think all of those games need a system where you can reroll the affixes of an item. Diablo 3 style affix rerolling belongs in every single game like those, unless the drop rates are super high and every single drop is a legendary. But again, you can spend years getting the same item over and over again and still not get the perfect rolls you want on it. And that's not fun for me when I don't have an option to change the affixes. See, if Borderlands 3 had such a system, I probably would still be playing it, because it wouldn't feel so grindy. And if Borderlands 3 didn't constantly power creep and make me get the same items over and over by adding new levels and needing... It makes my old items, it makes my time spent playing the game worthless, because every few months I have to refarm every single item I have that's higher level. It doesn't give me a system to upgrade my level 50 items to 55, my level 55 items to 65, etc. By retaining the affixes on them. So it's telling you, hey, you like playing our game, you've spent hundreds of hours playing our game, well, fuck you. Spend 100 hours more to get the same items. So Gearbox kind of showed you the middle finger with the constant power creep and no way to deal with this. So yeah. Hopefully Torchlight 3 doesn't get a level cap increase anytime soon, at least within the next year. Because then you're gonna have to refarm every single item and hope that you get lucky. I think if any game increases the level cap, they need to add a system to bring back the old items to the new levels by sacrificing some materials. It's only fair to your player base to show them that you value their time, that you respect the time they've put into your game. With Borderlands 3, that was one of the main reasons that just made me wanna stop playing it. That and how grindy getting certain items with the perfect affixes is, and some builds really need those perfect affixes to shine. But there are a few things that Borderlands 3 did amazingly well, giving certain bosses increased chance to drop certain items. So if you're after that one pistol or that one rifle, you can just keep spamming, farming this one boss or mini boss, and eventually you're gonna be getting this item more than other items from that boss. If Torchlight 3 does something similar, it would be amazing. To at least focus farm. See, right now I need Molten Reach. If I knew farming stage 50 Fazir or stage 40 Fazir has a higher chance to give me the Molten Reach, I would farm that stage over and over and over until it finally drops. But ever since the game launched and wiped, I still haven't gotten this stupid Molten Reach. And this is my second Dusk Mage I'm playing. And I know it only drops from level 60 monsters, and the content I'm doing right now it's not level 60. So I don't expect it to drop here. But I just don't agree with the level 60 only drops in the game. I don't think we should have items that only drop at level 60, unless they're super overpowered. It's just not fun. I understand level 46, only 46 and higher, like the new sets, where you need to be level 46 or fighting level 46 enemies or higher to get the new sets. But level 60 seems a little bit too much. It makes no sense. It's not like the items are super overpowered to require level 46 or 60 to get them. Alright, let's see what we got. Legendary cat. Let's put it home, because I might not have it. Oh yeah, I definitely agree with Decapitator about this thing. Where people watch builds and read builds and play the same skills, the same meta skills. They're always checking what's meta, and normally, yeah, there are meta shifts, but in general, from one season to the other, most passive skills and most active skills that people play remain the same, with few things changing every league in Path of Exile. So there's always going to be those things that have remained meta for the past few years and have always been a choice for people who are doing boss builds and things like that. Path of Exile, your Lord and Savior. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good things there, but fanboys will be fanboys, and there's not much you can do with Diablo 3 or Path of Exile, even though people might play the exact same skill set with very small changes every league. Still, people just won't see the depth of Torchlight 3. They won't look beneath the surface. They will just look over on the surface and say, okay, this doesn't have enough skills. Fuck it, it's boring. Well, so be it. It's not a game for everyone. It's not a game for everyone. Some people can't play games with cartoony graphics. I couldn't play World of Warcraft because of its cartoony graphics, but that wasn't the main reason. But back then, when I had choices like Ion and Lineage 2 and Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I felt World of Warcraft asking me to pay them monthly when I didn't have the money to pay it. I felt I'd rather not play it. And I played private servers in World of Warcraft and I never liked it. It felt super grindy, super boring, and it felt like it adapted every single bad thing in an MMO as a system that you can get. I think World of Warcraft is the source of most of the bad things that are wrong with the MMO market right now. Everyone started emulating and copy-pasting things that World of Warcraft designed in their game, instead of giving us different things. people tried to just copy paste World of Warcraft instead of making the original things. You had games like Terra that didn't try to copy paste, but then they got ruined by cash shop items, by grindy end game content, and by imbalanced PvP, things like that. Then you had games like Guild Wars 2 that had fun PvP, but Zergfest World v World, and very boring end game, especially the fractals. I never enjoyed fractals. In fact, the first time I quit Guild Wars 2, it was before fractals even existed. The dungeons were super difficult initially when Guild Wars 2 got released, and it was not fun farming those items. It was super grindy getting legendaries crafted at first. By the time they made legendaries easy to craft, I had already quit. Then when I came back, I didn't stick around for too much. So I haven't played a single MMO that did everything right. I'm not even asking for everything, I'm asking for 80-90% of the things to be done right. In general, the combat, the skills and the wood. The three major things for me I care about in an MMO. So far, the past few years, every single MMO I've tried has been a disappointment in either one of those three, sometimes in more of those three. Also pay to win and cash shop stuff and things like that. They've ruined so many games that had nice potential. And probably by the time Lost Ark comes, many people won't even care about it and try it. But Lost Ark is the perfect middle ground between hack and slash isometric ARPG and an MMO. Although I still won't play it because it's too much of an MMO, it's too grindy. And it also has pay to progress, which people say is pay for convenience, but that's still pay to win in my opinion. It's just people trying to justify that system and defend it. I'm never gonna defend and justify pay for convenience, pay to progress. The same way I'm never gonna justify a company selling you storage tabs. Storage tabs as special storage tabs, especially special storage tabs that give you an advantage over other players that don't have those special storage tabs. And this is just purely selling gameplay. You can try and defend it and justify it as much, but it's shady as fuck in my opinion. I'm fine with people selling cosmetics. Let people buy cosmetics, but storage tabs is just selling gameplay. But if you're selling cosmetics, allow people to switch off other people's cosmetics, to not cluster up their skin with shit tons of effects, their screen with shit tons of effects. I was very scared when Torchlight Frontiers was going to go and have a cash shop and sell storage tabs and character slots. I was super scared of the game, and I'm so happy that Torchlight Frontiers decided to switch to Torchlight 3, and we're never gonna see that that cash shop that was going to be kind of similar to Path of Exile, selling cosmetics and character slots and storage tabs and things like that. I mean, cosmetics would have been fine, and transmog probably would have been their priority as a system if they were still to do free to play, because they could just sell you pet skins, they could sell you armor skins and things like that. But thankfully we got a premium game with expansions that are paid and things like that. And I think it's all for the better that Torchlight Frontiers will not happen and it changed to Torchlight 3. And yeah, Decapitator is like me, he's not a fan of microtransactions at all. Yeah, I'd much rather buy the game and then if I need to buy the expansion, but I'm not a fan when the expansion provides better items than the regular game. I'm fine when the expansion provides new items that are not making the old items obsolete. So I don't like putting the best gear behind a paywall. If there's an expansion, it should provide you items that are not better than the old ones, but just as equally strong, just providing you a different playstyle. For example, an item that's turning my entropy into an ice spell. And it maybe does less damage, but adds crowd control. Or maybe an item that changes Spirit Well to have ranged enemies, ranged minions, but less of them and doing less damage. So some sort of things that are not gonna be overpowered, just providing you a different playstyle. Something that, for example, changes Damnation to a skill that maybe curses the enemies to take more damage instead of do less damage. Something like that. So if I see certain things like that in an expansion, sure, okay, I'm not gonna feel forced to buy it, because I'm gonna know, okay, that's some different versions of the skills, different reworks. Those items are providing just different playstyle, but they're not gonna be OP meta and making the old items obsolete. Whereas I've heard that Destiny 2, if you don't own the expansions, you can't get the best items in the game because they're locked behind the paywall. And if you only own the base game, well, fuck you then. That's basically what the developers of any game that does that are telling you. You want the best items in the game, buy the latest expansion. I'm not a fan of this system. You should give people a choice to play the game without the expansion. And still enjoy it and still have viable builds and viable items without forcing them to kind of buy it. How am I doing with the level? One more map and 58. And Root Foxes says you can play free to play, but will be a hard slog. Okay, let me see if I've missed some chat messages. And Zizou says that in the last year, Path of Exile has gotten much better build diversity. That's good to hear. And Root Foxes, how's your Godfall doing? Did you hit level 50 and did you complete your Dreamstones until the end? I'm gonna stream a few more hours of Torchlight, probably 3 more hours of Torchlight, then stop for a food break, maybe 20-30 minutes, and then do some Godfall. So 3 more hours of Torchlight and then some Godfall. You hit level 50, congrats. What build are you going for? Are you gonna go for Hinterquo? Or are you gonna go for Elemental or for Breach? I'm wondering what build you're going for in Godfall. Root Foxes stopped playing Destiny 2 before it went to Steam and never looked back. Well, I pre-ordered Destiny on the Blizzard shop, and I played it for probably no more than 10 hours, and then I said, this story is so boring, it's so slow, it's not fun to play, and I stopped playing it. I never even completed the story, because it was boring, it was so slow, it was very boring to progress through it. It felt very disjointed as well at times. It felt very confusing at times as well. Where do I need to go? Why am I doing this thing I'm doing? I'm pretty sure it's much better now as a story. And maybe sometime I would return to Destiny to just to redo just to finish my playthrough, to finish the story. But yeah, I don't see myself finding time to do that anytime soon. And I know why people do things like that with their expansions. Why they make the best items walk behind a paywall. They want people to buy the expansions. Because people who make those decisions are normally people who don't really care about the players. They only care about money, about marketing, about how do we make people buy that expansion. And that's kind of predatory way of thinking, but it's what the gaming industry has turned into right now. Many companies only think about profit rather than their players. And when I find companies that thinks about their players, I'm so happy to support them. For example, if you take the developers of Torchlight 3, they've been trying to listen to the community since day one of me playing the game. And even before that, even before I started playing. So they've been constantly asking for feedback, the community. And the majority of the changes we've seen throughout the past year and a half or so have been mostly due to player feedback. People say, hey, this doesn't feel right, can you please consider changing it one way or another? And they do it. For better or for worse, they do listen to us a lot. And another company that listens to their players what is the developers of Vast Epoch, 11 Tower Games. They try to listen to the community a lot, but the community that plays Vast Epoch has vastly different views than mine, and the game is just gonna become a game I can't enjoy as much. It's a fun game, it's definitely a game. If you're a Path of Exile player and when they fix the optimization problems of Vast Epoch, I would still recommend it when they add more endgame activities and when the game is ready. I think it would be something I wouldn't mind recommending to the average Path of Exile player to transition to Vast Epoch every now and then in between leagues. Their obvious demographic was to try and get Path of Exile players. It's obvious from their from the visuals of the game. It's obvious from how the forum badges in Vast Epoch remind me the Path of Exile forum badges and supporter badges. The art style is very similar. You can see that the developers who are making Vast Epoch are fans of Path of Exile themselves. And they've not hidden it, they've always said it in the forums. But I think it's gonna be an interesting and fun game to play once it's ready, if you're a Path of Exile fan. As an alternative, as something different. I just hope they don't launch the game with the optimization problems they were having before, where even people with 2080 Titanium were complaining about FPS drops and having those spikes. Even though they fixed it once, it wasn't actually fixed. People were still reporting the FPS drops, at least in my chat. I mean, I can only trust them for their word, but yeah. I definitely didn't see much of an improvement when they did that big performance update change. And speaking of performance, I really hope Godfall gets some performance improvements soon. Shout out Nio13, shout out to him. Welcome back, Nio. Thomas Prime, welcome back by the way. How's it going for you as well? Sorry for the late reply. And Hasil says, "Hey man, have you collected all the new Immortal and the Ancient?" No, I haven't collected a single piece of the Ancient Ember set. It just doesn't drop for me. I'm probably one of the most unlucky people when it comes to this set. If you check my my Legendarium, you're gonna see I don't have a single piece of it yet. Shoulders, pants, helmet, gloves, and Ancient Ember chest and boots. Neither of those has dropped for me yet. Zero, zilch, nada. I've given up on this already. If you like RPGs, why don't you play Diablo 3? Because it's to put it mildly, it's no life competition. It's very boring. There's not much build diversity. You collect that set and you build around that set, and the set is a ton of items and you can't mix and match it. And everyone is playing basically the same builds when pushing the leaderboards with very slight improvements. You're constantly pushing for endless Paragon levels, and it's just not fun for me. I've played Diablo 3 on my brother's account. I don't actually own Diablo 3 myself, so save myself some money there. And yeah, I played in the season of Royal Grandeur, and I got bored within maybe less than 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and I got bored. It's just not my kind of game. I mean, Diablo 3 definitely has a lot of good things, but it has more bad things than good things in my opinion. Hopefully Diablo 4 isn't a disappointment when it comes to itemization and build diversity and endgame. The endgame is probably the most boring part of Diablo 3, the endless competitive no life competition where people who are botting and people who share their accounts with others to play them while they're sleeping can get more Paragon levels and can push further into the leaderboards due to that one reason. I don't think time played should equal you being stronger. Time played should give you a better understanding of your class, of your build, but it shouldn't be a competition of who spent more time playing the game farming Paragon levels. There should be a limit to this, and there should be a point where it gets evened out and everyone is on the same playing field. And it's all about how better or bad or worse you've optimized your build. And if you've optimized your build perfectly, if you've optimized your gear perfectly as well, if you're good at using the build better than other people, then okay. But right now it's just a no life bot competition. It's not fun for me as endgame. In fact, I prefer doing bounties more than rifts in Diablo 3 right now, if I were to go and play it. Especially this whole speedrunner mentality in those games. I'm just amazed how people have this hyper ADHD mentality of where you have to do everything super fast, super quick. If someone is 10-20 seconds slower than you, then they're a pleb. And I don't enjoy people who think like that. I think it's super arrogant, elitist behavior to think like that and to try and squeeze every single minute, every single second out of a run. This whole speedrunner kind of thing. I just don't enjoy when I go into a public matchmaking game and people are just trying to speedrun the shit out of everything. And in general, I don't like the design of the rifting system in Diablo. There's better ways to do it. I think I like the Shattered Realms in Grim Dawn a bit more. It's very similar, yet still done in a different way, and I think I like it more. The Grim Dawn Shattered Realms system. as a design. I also like the Tower of Trials system in Godfall. It could use some polish every now and then in certain areas, but I like the system. You can get stronger, you can get buffs as you go to help you do more damage or survive better. One of the lead devs that was on Diablo 4 has been moved to WoW. But what was the developer in charge of? Was it animation, rigging? Was it coding? Was it inventory system? Was it UI? What do you mean by lead dev? What was he developing? Because he might have done his job on Diablo for if it was something like UI design and things like that. Saying lead dev, it doesn't say much to me, because he could have designed gameplay systems, he could have designed quest systems. There's so many things this guy or gal could have designed. I mean, and to Torchlight 3 there will be a new update, probably week 1-2 of December, maybe week 3. I don't think they would do the update in week 3 of December, but that's the latest date, because they need to take a break for winter holidays, for the Christmas holidays and Hanukkah and all those other holidays, depending on what they celebrate. So they need to be with their families, and I'm assuming around the 20th of December or so they're gonna go on a break. Before that we will see the update, but it's gonna be next month. Tomorrow there's a session with the developers that I'm invited to take part in, where they're gonna show us some upcoming features of the new update and ask us for feedback, to write them some feedback after the meeting. And I'm excited about this, to see what they're gonna review from that new patch. But the update's probably not gonna come until next month, probably first or second week of December, and this is just my guess. Maybe next week they're gonna announce the update, give us some sort of a preview, sneak peek during the next week Friday Fun Day stream. Santa has an update. If Santa is named Max Shaver, yes, then Santa has updates coming for you in Torchlight 3. Santa Max. Do you mean the Asian person, that Riker interviewed, the systems designer, the one that was in charge of gameplay systems and mechanics and things like that? Okay, well, he might have already designed the systems for Diablo, and his job might be done there on Diablo 4. If he's designed everything, it's all a matter of people just putting his designs in place, making them, creating those systems. Because if he has put, hey, you want to do this and that, and he has made his mock-ups, if he has explained to the developers, to the engineers, and to the coders how to actually do those things, then okay. I don't see a reason why he won't be put into another game for a while to help design some systems there, if it's needed. And you guys have phones? Torchlight Infinite, Diablo Immortal, and Warhammer Odyssey. Which one? Which one? Which one do you guys want to play? If you were to play a mobile hack and slash isometric ARPG, do you want to play the Diablo, the Torchlight, or the Warhammer version? I'm actually gonna probably try them all, if I can, if they're not too expensive to buy. Diablo Immortal, Torchlight Infinite, and Warhammer Odyssey. I'm probably gonna get them just to make some content about those, even if the content is, hey, this game, I tried it, it's not worth it, don't play it. Even if it's that type of content, I wanna try it, so that when people says this game sucks, I would be able to say, yes it does, I've played it myself, or no it doesn't, I've played it myself. I mean, I wanna be able to have my own opinion of the game rather than joining the bandwagon. From what I take it, he was the hype around Diablo 4 that most players were hyped about. Well, no, most players were hyped about from was it Mache? Let me check. Oh no, Wukash. I think it was Wukash from CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red Diablo 4. So that's one of the lead designers, creative directors of CD Projekt Red. Cyberpunk's creative director who joined Diablo. I just want to see his name. I keep forgetting his name. Just a moment. I'm finding the article. Sebastian Stepien. That's the name. Sebastian Stepien. So if you look at the guy, let me link you his LinkedIn profile. You can see his LinkedIn profile and you would know what the guy has worked on. And this guy is the one I'm actually hyped about working on Diablo 4. This is the person that I believe can, if given the right creative freedom from Blizzard Activision, with the right creative freedom, he can make a very nice game. Because just look at his LinkedIn profile and you're gonna know what he's worked on before. I also don't play mobile games. I mean, I've been wanting to try and find a mobile game to play before going to bed or something like that, but I can't. I just can't. They're all pay-to-win fests. I don't have an account with LinkedIn and I still see it. But okay, I can just give you the name and you can Google. So it's Sebastian Stepien. I'm gonna copy paste it. I also don't have an account, but it's showing me the website. But I can just read it. Let me just show you on the stream. It's much easier if I just show you on the stream. So see, he started as junior specialist senior dialogue writer in CD Projekt Red, then lead story designer, then moved to creative director for Cyberpunk 2077, and then narrative and setting director. And after that, he joined Blizzard as a creative director for what's its name? For Diablo 4. So he's worked on The Witcher Enhanced Edition, Witcher 2, Witcher 2 Xbox 360, Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and worked on Cyberpunk 2077. And currently working should be Diablo 4, not Cyberpunk 2077. So this is the person that a lot of people are actually excited about working on Diablo 4. Yes, if there's something that the Witcher series had very well done, was the creativity and the story and the narrative. And Diablo deserves good narrative and good story. It deserves that Diablo 2 kind of story feeling, and Diablo 1. You know, I enjoyed playing Diablo 1 and 2 for the first time so much, following that story, following what's happening in between the acts with those cinematics. And we deserve as players some good narrative there. Let's try and get the Molten Reach. Actually, I can get the Molten Reach now. I'm gonna save some coins. Okay, 14k should be fine. I just needed to do some gambling to get rid of some coins. Because I was close to the limit. Thomas Prime says, I don't understand buying a phone for gaming instead of just buying a Nintendo Switch if they want help. Exactly. I think the same too. I mean, if you have a phone but you don't buy it for gaming and you just want to game on your phone every now and then, and you don't want to spend extra money on a Switch, I understand that. I mean, I'm not gonna spend extra money on a Switch right now, because I don't have those extra money to get a Switch, and then I have to buy the games on Switch, and they're not that cheap. But yeah, if you have the phone, in general, everyone has phones almost. Some people don't have smartphones, so they can't play games, which is understandable. I mean, not everyone has smartphones. There are countries where people just can't afford smartphones, or if they can afford smartphones, they're not gonna be phones that can run heavy games. So it's not good for Blizzard to expect everyone to have smartphones. That's pretty boring way of just talking to your community, saying don't you have... I think they should have said it, don't you have smartphones, so they can feel even more arrogant. Like, yeah. I mean, some people have phones and don't use them. I use my phone just to read comic books, webtoons. Before falling asleep, I would open up the webtoon app, and I also use it to monitor my stream because I don't have a second monitor. So I can just open my stream on YouTube and Twitch on the phone and pay attention to both streams at once in that one little display there. So if something goes wrong, I can see it. But yeah, I can't keep it right next to me, so it's gonna be hard to see. I don't think they're gonna be free to play, by the way. I think Diablo Immortal would cost money. And I'm pretty sure Warhammer's mobile game would also cost money to buy. But it's still gonna have in-app purchases, even though it's gonna be buy to play. I think that's how both games will be. Because they want the pay to win. Even if they only sell cosmetics, that still classifies as in-app purchases. It doesn't classify as pay to win, but we'll see. I mean, I'm just gonna stream them for the sake of telling people, hey, I've tested this game. I'm not looking forward to doing it, but I know I need to do it. As a content creator in the genre, I need to cover those games. Torchlight Infinite, Diablo Immortal, and Warhammer Odyssey. It would be nice to give people my honest opinion about those games when they come out. Be it negative or positive, or mixed. I'd rather give people my own opinion instead of saying, hey, I read about this there, people say they don't like this and that. I mean, I'm not expecting to like those games, so if I end up liking them, I'm gonna be surprised, but you never know. I don't expect it to be something special since it's controlled on a phone, and yeah. If it requires me to use external tools to be able to control it, and like some sort of controllers, gadgets, then it's not gonna be good for me, because if a game requires me to use any external technology on top of that, it's just not worth it. But I'm a PC gamer. I don't mind every now and then when I visit my friends who have PlayStation or Xbox to play with them. But in general, I'm a PC gamer. I mean, if I win a free PlayStation or free Xbox, I'm probably not even gonna play it as much, unless I can play it on my monitor and not on my TV, because I don't have a TV in my room. We do have a TV in the living room, but yeah, I'm not gonna occupy that just to play a console game. Alright, that was quick. I didn't even build up my form. Getting close to 60. I hope by the end of the stream today I'm level 60 with this hero. And this weird sound I'm seeing in the background, the white noise, I was hearing this sound during the official dev stream, the Extra Wife dev stream as well. I was wondering where this sound is coming from. I thought it was someone's microphone, but it seems to be the game where that sound originates from. It's pretty weird. Honestly, it's the weirdest sound I've seen in the game. Hopefully they fix it with the next patch. But yeah, any game that's free to play on mobile or non-mobile as well is always heavy on the microtransactions. I'm not sure what Thomas means by no struck. Hey, I have a phone, you should say. You mean I should say that I have a phone or what? There we go. Wait, why is there? Oh yeah, I see where I need to go. Novi says, well, I don't mind microtransactions as long as it's not pay to win. Oh, if it's cosmetics, if it's just visuals and cosmetics, but even with cosmetics there's a limit. If they do it like Marvel's Avengers cosmetics, where you have to buy a battle pass separately for every single hero, I think it's a bit too greedy. $10 for every single hero you want those extra suits on. I think that's a little bit too greedy, the way Marvel's Avengers did it. So when it comes to cosmetics, I think there should be some sort of a limit. I don't like how some games like League of Legends, Dota, etc. charge you so many euros and dollars just for one single skin, for example. And there are just so many skins. But I've learned to accept that free-to-play MOBAs, for example, like Dota and League of Legends, would have heavy overpriced skins and visuals, and it doesn't really bother me too much. But when they package it as a battle pass and they make you buy it for every skin in a water game like Marvel Avengers, it seems a bit too much. It's just something I'm not used to seeing in water games. battle passes that unlock skins only for one class. Let's see, should I equip this? No cooldown. No cooldown. Alright, where is the end of the level? Oh, I see, I've missed some stairs here. So that's where it is. Alright, which way? This way. Oh, sorry, I accidentally touched my mic. What's the time now? 4 p.m. We've got like 2 hours. Within 2 hours I need to get a level and a half. I should be able to. Because yeah, in around 2 hours I'm probably gonna... 2.5 hours I'm gonna take a break for food. And then after that stream Godfall.
Potions for you, potions for your little friend.
Let's sell some of those. How am I doing with the potions?
Can I offer you a drug?
You say you're getting enough in-game currency to unlock the character battle pass? Wait, are you saying that you can earn the money, the currency needed to buy those battle passes? That's interesting. I didn't know this can be done. I thought you needed to pay and there's no other way to do it other than paying. Yeah, that's good information. No one told me this until now. I've not played the game and I've not bought it because it just doesn't look as fun to me. It doesn't seem like a game I'm gonna enjoy. But I will enjoy probably DC's game. DC's game looks a little bit better. But still, I'm skeptical. I want to see how they're gonna handle the monetization of DC's game. In general, I don't agree with Marvel's Avengers being a buy-to-play title with microtransactions. They should have made it free-to-play with the microtransactions. Or buy-to-play with expansions. Not buy-to-play and microtransaction battle passes. It's just super greedy. People paying you $60 to play your game and then you're charging them $10 for every hero they want to unlock some skins for. If they made the game free to play with those microtransactions, much more people would have actually played it. I would have played it. I know I would have played it if it was free to play. But I'm not gonna give them $60 in the current state of the game where I've seen a lot of bugs being reported, a lot of videos of glitches and things like that. The first 6 heroes are free, and from them the currency from each you can unlock. What? Wait, I don't think I understand this. So the first 6 heroes are free, and from there probably, or from them, I can understand that from them, the currency from each, what? You mean that the first 6 are free, and then every other hero you need to unlock. So you get the battle pass for the first 6 heroes for free, for all their skins. But then you have to unlock the other heroes and their skins by paying that currency. You have to do the challenges for the free ones. Okay. That's fair enough. Doing challenges and missions and things like that to unlock skins. It's nice. It means that your time spent equals some extra skins and rewards.
Potions for you, potions for your little friend.
Okay, I need to hydrate a little, just a moment. Right, let's see. How am I doing with the XP? I'm gonna run out of map works, so I'm gonna quickly collect some. Or maybe let's run out of map works first and then collect some later. So I'm not gonna collect anymore.
I've got those. See you next time.
I'm just gonna open the green bundles quickly.
Potions for you, potions for your little friend. Oh, is that all?
Hopefully those maps are enough to get me close to 60, otherwise I'm gonna do some fuzzier. I don't want to open my contract rewards before 60. So I can have a chance of getting that stupid Molten Reach finally. Boom. The spammy Vultura bombs. Getting a lot of Vultura maps lately. And Hive it. Okay, I think it's this way. And quest done. Half a mil damage again. This golem. I'm loving the damage of the golem shockwave, the golem slam wave, or whatever it's called. It's a heavy hitter. Super high nuke. Demon's Breath says Marvel Avengers had 2 months ago 688 players on Steam for PC worldwide. Also a game. Whoa, really? 688 only for Marvel's Avengers. Wait, did it only launch on Steam for PC, or did it have other shops like Good Old Games and others that might have diluted the games, like Epic Store, etc.? If it was only on Steam, and if it peaked at 688, I'm actually gonna check the numbers. I wanna see how many players it had on launch and how many players it had after that, within the first 2 weeks. I'm gonna open Steam DB charts and check it after this map. Alright, let's go do the boss now. Select your gauntlets, please be good. It gives duration, but not the duration I need for this build. Alright, let's check SteamDB. SteamDB for Marvel's Avengers. Just a moment. Wait, it only gives me Lego. Why? Marvel. There is the beta, but not the regular one. Why? I'm gonna share my screen so you're seeing what I'm seeing. Maybe I can just find from Square Enix. Ah, there we go. So All-time peak 31,000. Look at this, 31,000 players. Phew. So from September 5th, within 6 days from 31,000 to 13,000. And within another how many days? 6 days down to 6,000. And then another 9 days and down to 5,000. And then another roughly 2 weeks, 2,000. And yeah. Yeah, at least they made money from selling those 30-something thousand copies on Steam. So at least they made some of the money they invested and more. Let me just close this. So yeah, Marvel's Avengers, huge drop. Huge drop. Alright, let's do some more maps. I want to park my boat in this little bay here. This little thing here. You think Marvel lost 36 million? Really? Then it must have been a very high budget game. A very big flop then. Marvel Heroes was so good, and some of the people who made Marvel Heroes work on Torchlight 3. Like Anthony, who is one of the game designers. And he worked on Marvel Heroes. But Marvel's Avengers, definitely nowhere near as good as Marvel Heroes from what I've seen. Even though it's much more beautiful, it looks better obviously, but still. And Disney cancelled Marvel Heroes because they wanted to make their own games with different studios. It's not like the game was not played or not successful or something. The Marvel IP cost a what? Okay, so they lost 56 million due to having to pay licensing for the Marvel IP. So there were problems with matchmaking because there weren't enough players and they deleted a major update. Oh, that's weird, deleting a major update. It's like drug dealers giving you a little bit of a preview of something nice, giving you a freebie, and then taking it away, eh? Hey, here's this nice content that you cannot have anymore. That's the first time I'm hearing about a developer removing a major update from the game. Was it that buggy and glitchy and that broken for them to have to remove it? Square Enix losing 62 million. Well, I hope they don't fuck up Outriders. If they fuck up Outriders, there would be two for two Wooter attempts this year from Square Enix. We'll see how Outriders will be. But they're gonna not actually do it this year. If I'm not mistaken, Outriders launches next year. Unless they do some sort of early access beta testing or whatever this year. But yeah, if they swap with Outriders, they're gonna be 2 for 2. And they're probably not gonna touch the Wooter genre soon. After 2 swaps. But yeah, Outriders looks promising, but I'm not gonna pre-order a game like Outriders, for example. In fact, I'm not even gonna order on day one. If I do consider getting Outriders, it will be after I see enough people playing it and figuring out the broken things, the bugs, the end game. Because I'm not expecting a game to launch without bugs and without things being broken. It's not realistic in 2020 to expect that. But at least I want to know that the bugs and the broken things are not annoying and not progression blocking and game breaking. So if I do consider buying Outriders next year, I'm definitely gonna wait at least a week maybe, or at least a few days for people to finish the story, to reach the end game, to start doing the end game, to see how grindy it is, to see how easy it is to respec and all those things. Well, I think they were assuming that they're gonna sell millions of copies with Marvel's Avengers, which is not. It's not reasonable to expect to sell that many copies. They could have made a fun, good game without getting the Avengers franchise. They could have made a superhero game that's not Avengers, that's just something different. Maybe some heroes that are similar to the Avengers heroes. But yeah, if they made a Wooter game on its own, that's not Marvel, Avengers or anything like that, maybe they wouldn't have made such big losses. And they wouldn't have needed to be this greedy with the microtransactions and battle passes and everything. I'm assuming Outriders was much cheaper to make than Marvel's Avengers, and it's probably gonna be much more profit that they get from that game. No, I didn't mean Marvel heroes at all. I didn't mean any Marvel characters, any characters that they have to pay money for them. If Square Enix made something that's not tied to Marvel, DC or any other comic book, just some made-up heroes that don't exist, that they made themselves, but to have those superhero powers, so they don't have to pay licensing to get those character names under the hood, it would have worked. And then maybe later, if the game was a success, they could have started including new characters one by one. Or if they really wanted to keep it Marvel, they could have started with B-grade heroes, something that's not that famous and that's not that expensive for licensing. Heroes that are still pretty fun, still have some amazing powers. And then eventually, if they made money, they could have started buying other heroes from the Marvel universe as licensing rights one by one and introducing them into the game as new heroes. But yeah, if they didn't go the route for Marvel or any other company and just made some new made-up heroes themselves, that resemble the Marvel ones in regards to powers and things, but not a blatant copy. To an extent. Oh, Brady, that's Brady. Is that Brady from the stream? That I think Lukmah is famous. If he's watching, we found him hiding. All right, let's spend some bucks on something. I'm gonna buy Respectacles. Honestly, I'm just gonna buy Respectacles because I'm dangerously close to the limit. Unless that's a different Brady. So they're gonna bring the update next year because there weren't enough players this year. Okay. But will the game be dead next year? Will the game survive until next year when it comes to Marvel's Avengers? There's one game, like an MMO, currently in development on the Unreal Engine, Ship of Heroes. I've been following that game every now and then when there's some new videos and dev blogs and talks. It can go either way. It can either go very, very good and fun game, or it can go very boring and stupid game. I'd like to hope that it's gonna be a good game for Heroes, because ever since City of Heroes, City of Villains, and then DC Universe Online, we haven't seen much online games to play with superheroes. And this Ship of Heroes might become a fun game if they don't screw it up. Hopefully they don't. The devs do seem to care about the game and do seem to want to make it a fun, good game. But some of the things I've seen look very cringy. Hopefully they change them. We'll see. I do seem to like the Blue Protocol anime style, but we'll see. Blue Protocol really looks fun. It looks fun, but I'm scared that it's gonna be a game I don't like as well. Some of the things I've seen look concerning to me. The anime style is not bad. I like watching anime myself, as long as it's not over the top, super cringy anime for kids. Although I do watch some shonen as well sometimes. I mean, I do watch Boruto, and I did watch Naruto and things like that. So I do watch shonen, but some of those have amazing battles, amazing battle scenes. Also pretty boring viewers every now and then. But yeah, as long as a game doesn't go over the top too cringy when it comes to the anime style, I don't mind it. So we'll see how Blue Protocol will be system-wise, game systems, wood systems, endgame systems, things like that. It looks like a fun game. I mean, you can see Genshin Impact with that type of art style, similar type of art style, made a lot of money this year. In fact, maybe it's probably the most successful most successful game this year in regards to budget and how much money it made compared to the budget in percent. So obviously that's not something that bothers players too much, and the art style. Rare bones. Well, the game doesn't want to throw a dog a bone. In fact, the dog needs 2 bones, and the dog's not getting either. So, what now? Come on, throw that bone. Make my alpaca wag its tail. No bones. Okay, 1 bone. I'm not gonna pick it up, so I have higher chance. Okay, there we go, 2 bones. We got the bones. And level 59. Now, I've got 1 skill point left to spend somewhere, anywhere. I'm just wondering where. If you see Genshin Impact, it gives you headache. I don't really love what I'm seeing from Genshin Impact. It's just not my type of game. And it's not the visual art style, it's other things that just seem a little bit boring to me. But everyone's free to like or dislike that game. I've not played it, so I can't say that I'm not gonna enjoy it if I play it. But it looks like it to me. The problem with anime games is all the people in them. With most anime games, the majority of people who play anime online games are a bunch of immature men children who want to talk like dweebs, and there's nothing wrong with saying a word in a different language every now and then, but some of those are just so annoying sometimes. It just makes me cringe, and yeah. I mean, for example, you would play a Korean anime game and people would start talking in Japanese because fuck logic. Disrespecting and the Koreans, and yeah. It's not fun when you see that. So the games might be fun, but some of the communities, I don't know, so immature in those games. It's like being in a kindergarten, even worse. Even children behave better than men children who play those games. Oh, I don't care about the cutesy high-pitched voices. Actually, as I'm telling you, it's not the game, it's not the voiceovers, it's not things like that. It's mostly some of the community people, and not all. I'm not gonna put everyone into the same place, and I'm not gonna generalize it. But in those games, there's always gonna be those type of players spamming the global chat. With all sorts of weeaboo dweeb stuff, trying to act cool by using 1 or 2 Japanese words in each of their sentences, and it's weird. It's weird. It seems disrespectful at times to some people. And I'm not gonna be a social justice warrior and say that they shouldn't do it or anything like that. It just seems out of place when you see grown-up men children behaving like kids in those games. But it's not the playful kind of... see, I might go and do some weird immature shit as well, but not that type of immature shit. Especially, as I said, I would play, like, I've played some Korean anime-looking style games, and there everyone in those Korean games would be trying to, in the global chat, spam Japanese words, cause fuck logic. Fuck logic. No one in the game, in the voiceovers, talks in Japanese, they talk in Korean. The game's made by Koreans, yet everyone wants to speak in Japanese there. It's just weird. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I need more maps. Kawaii. Third letter. But in some of those games I've met some great people when I've played games like Quosers and what was the other one? There was another one like that, very similar. I keep forgetting the name. I also don't care where the game is from. If it has fun systems, fun gripping endgame, things like that, I would play it. I've played so many Asian games. In fact, the majority of MMOs I've played were from Asia. Ion, Terra, Lineage. I mean, obviously I've played a ton of... and I don't care whether it's from Korea, from China, from Japan. As long as it's fun, as long as I can enjoy it and have my wood and have my different builds and things like that, and good end game that's not boring, that's not gonna make me rage quit because it's too difficult or because it's too easy. I don't like playing games that are too difficult, but also don't like playing games that are too easy. But I like the option to play the too easy mode if I want things easy, if I wanna just chill. Right now I'm playing on normal until I reach level 60 and it's fun, I'm chilling. I haven't died much, I think today I've only died once. Or maybe twice, I think once. And that was when I didn't have resistances, I had 12% resistance, physical. Obviously it would be an easy death. Alright, Root Foxes. Nice having you here today, Root Foxes. And yeah, a third letter, I also, when I can, turn off global chat. Until I need to do LFG to find groups. Thomas says he doesn't get his friends to play anime games, he doesn't want them to become weeps. My friends, even if I ask them to play anime games, they wouldn't. They just don't like the art style, I guess. But Godfall, on the other hand, you saw me playing with them a few days ago, and we're gonna play later today if they log in when they're back from work. Yesterday, I'm not sure what happened with that Exalted Suaris, but for the love of God, we couldn't beat that stupid Exalted Suaris for like an hour until we finally beat it. Until I finally stopped dying and collected my Archon Fury and waited for my Archon Fury to recharge, and then I bursted that Archon Fury mode to do shit tons of damage. But one of my friends was level 40 something, 41, 42. The other one was 50, I was 50, and the Exalted Suaris was level 52. And I'm not sure what was happening, but his blue armor was not going down. And yeah, we didn't take support. Most likely he had resistances to our weapon types or to our elemental types. And the game doesn't show you the resistances while you're inside the map. And my friends didn't tell me what resistances the boss has before the fight. So I'm suspecting it probably had a ton of resistances. And until I activated my Archon Fury when I did the 2-3 hits of 50,000 each, and the health started dropping at the end, I wasn't doing more than 7, 8, 10,000 at best. And they were doing like 15,000, so probably they were using different elements. At least one of them was doing 15,000 on Hinter. Cool. And then there was a bug where you couldn't use your banners and your White Stones didn't recharge. and the host and me had this bug, the third person didn't have this bug. And the way to fix that bug for me was to unequip one of my items, like one of my weapons, and then to equip another one, and to re-equip the previous one after that. But it took me a while to figure out how to fix this bug. And when you can't use your banner, when you can't use your wife stones, there's not much you can do other than go in there, take 2 hits, die, and go in there, take 2 hits, die on Suaris with all the auto-aim attacks. The only one who could use his wife stones and banners was the Wobie. Although his banner still helped and he still had a bubble, so we had 2 people with the bubble hammers. It was still a fun fight. But then I kept typing to them in Discord chat, but they refused to look at the Discord chat. And I kept telling them, use stupid breach attacks to get the blue armor down. Because that's how you do it on Suaris. You get the blue armor down with breach attacks. Once you've breached the blue armor, you can do shit tons of damage to the health. But yeah, 2 more maps after this one, and then I can collect some rewards maybe, or do some Fazir. I don't wanna open gear bundles before level 60, in case I get lucky and get the Molten Reach. But yeah, I agree. Suaris is overtuned, super overpowered. Yet Lunara is the more difficult boss for me to solo. Lunara is the more difficult one for me to solo, at least on some builds. Suaris I have no problem soloing, I'm not sure why it was this difficult. Maybe, and we weren't playing on hard. We weren't playing on hard because we had unlimited respawns. When I played on easy, I can solo it no problem, so most likely we played on normal, and most likely it scaled with the full team and made it stronger. But the other day when I was soloing Suaris, I didn't have a problem. I died only once when I was soloing on stream the other day. The same one, the level 50 Suaris. So I'm assuming he was just he had resistances to my element and to my weapon types. Most likely, for me to not do much damage until I activated Archon Fury. But again, my Archon Fury right now, one of my rings gives me 42, 43 Archon Fury damage all the time. The other ring gives me like 42, 43 as well. Then there's that one item that constantly gives me 70% more Archon Fury. And then there's other items on top of that. There's augments. So I can probably get 2, 3, 4, maybe 500 Archon Fury damage. Percent if I combine every single thing. Definitely have over 200, because just with those 3 items I mentioned, that's 150 just from those 3 items, excluding all the other stuff. Wait, did I collect the wood? Did I collect the XP? I did, okay. But it's definitely the worst boss mechanic in the game. With that auto-aim blazing pillars. If you have a sexy waifu, then it's not bad to become a weep. That's the new quote of the day. Forget my quote earlier about RNG being a bitch and not being able to make RNG your bitch. That's the new quote of the day. Let's see. I gotta start collecting all those quotes in a text txt file, and then make a comment that randomly plays one of those quotes. When you use it, pick one and bring it to the chat. Two more maps left. By the way, someone earlier said that they suspect this sound glitches from Dark Spears. You might be right. You might be right. This seems like the special effect from Dark Spears. Because I'm not hearing the effect of Dark Spears when I use it. And this seems like exactly the effect where the spears are poking through the floor. They're poking like a dildo machine. Those dark spears. Oh shit, someone's ringing my phone. Unknown number, let's go. Just a moment. Sorry. It was an important call. In a way, it was an important call, and I had to kind of go through that end call. Was not expecting it, but it's nice that they called me. So sorry for that delay. I'm here now. It was basically my bank calling me and asking me if I'm using mobile banking. And I told them that I forgot my password and I haven't used it in a year or so on the app, and they just asked me for my email to send instructions. I didn't expect this, but since they called me, I might have as well just given them the email. So they can send me the instructions. Obviously it's not scammers, because I see the number is the number they normally call me from. But yeah, thanks for waiting, and I apologize for this. Didn't expect this call, but at least she was polite and told me how I can activate that. So we're 1/3 on the way to 60. 1/3 on the way. I'm probably gonna have to do some fuzzier. Sky, not there. Sky, jump down. Fuck, my cat. He's behind my monitor. Just a moment, need to get him out of there. Sky? No. No. Okay, got him to jump down. He just jumped on my desk behind my monitor. And as I said a few times before, right behind my monitor on the other side, on the left side, is my sound interface, and there's a lot of electricity going on there. I'd rather not have him sniffing there. He wants my attention. He wants my attention to see that he's hungry, and it's still too early to give him food, so he's gonna have to wait. Food without a sneaky medicine. Yeah, I normally give him the medicine, and immediately after giving him the medicine, I give him the food. And the medicine we give him, one of them is some sort of a herb from a plant that helps with his kidneys. The other thing is an inhibitor that makes it so it separates the phosphorus from his food, I think, so that the kidney doesn't have to go through it, and it just makes it go straight to shit. if that's a simple way to explain it. And I just combine those with a little bit of water, because they're powders, and yeah, spray it with a syringe into his mouth so he can drink it, and then I give him as a reward some food after giving him the medicine. And I need to do this 2 times a day. 2 times a day, every day, to manage his kidney disease. But he's constantly hungry as well. Ever since he got sterilized, he's been much more hungry than normal. And I mean, I can give him food and he can eat as much as he wants, but then he's gonna become a pig. He's gonna become 6 kilos if I let him eat as much as he wants, and that's just not healthy for his heart. Okay. Come on, come on. And what Thomas Prime said, that he doesn't hate weeps as long as they don't get angry when you call an anime a cartoon. Well, an anime is a cartoon, just a Japanese. So, the same way a manga is a comic book, just a Japanese one, and most of the time black and white instead of colored. And it's like someone saying the translated version of something, and then someone getting pissed off because someone is translating something. Technically, it is a cartoon. In reality, it's different. And there's even a Meri manga. For example, there's this thing called a Meri manga, which is like Western-made comic books that have manga style, anime style, kind of Eastern style, but they're still they're just a type of style. For example, even though it's Western-made, it looks Eastern-made. I actually really love that art style, the Meri manga art style. Root Foxes says, my keyboard's been acting up. How do I get the harder Dreamstones in Godfall? Do I need to do the level 50 Tower of Trials to unlock them? No, you just do one Dreamstone, then you unlock the next. And if you do the level 50, you unlock the 52. If you do the 52, you unlock the 54. If you do the 54, you unlock the 55, and then the 56, 57, 58, 59, and then 60. So you just have to complete one Dreamstone to unlock the next one. You only got 8 of them. There's 9. There's 9 up to level 50, and then another 9 up to level 60. So there's a total of 18 Dreamstones. You have to do your final one. Keep scrolling down and do the final one you can do. And once you complete that one, you should be able to unlock the next one. If you don't see the level 50, do the level 48 one again. You should be able to see the level 50 Dreamstone once you do the level 48 and complete it. It could have been a bug, but you should be able to see Exalted Suaris once you finish the level 48 one. And Exalted Suaris was the boss we were talking about earlier, the overpowered one that many people are having trouble with. It's just the one unfair boss. If you want unfair boss fights, that's the one. You're gonna have a great time in that boss fight if you love unfair boss fights. Or unfair boss mechanics, especially with that beam. Overhealth can help though. Overhealth setups and things like that, and getting a lot of damage super quickly on the boss. The bubble, if you have the hammer with the bubble, it really does help. When you have to DPS the boss. Stacking fire resistance and all resistance also could help, although I'm not sure what the caps are. The game, it really doesn't give us much on the front end in regards to defensive stats. So we can see our resistances, we can see the maximum resistance percent for each element. We know there's a way to overcap by getting items that increase the cap of the resistances by a certain percent. But we don't know, and affixes as well, but we don't know what the cap is. If anyone has figured out in Godfall what the resistance cap is, whether it's 70, 80, 90, 50, 60%, I would like to know. Because it's definitely invisible to us on the front end in the game. Unless someone has data mined it and can confirm. But yeah, more Godfall later today. It's 5 PM here. My buddies will probably be here around 7 PM, which is 2 hours from now. So 1.5 hours from now I'm probably gonna stop, have some food, and then do a stream of Godfall. Maybe co-op with my friends if they're back by that time. Oh yeah, I also heard that. I also heard that they said that the hidden hard and fast approach is rewarded in that game. And so about finding ways to do more damage rather than finding ways to do less damage. But still, they're offering you defensive builds. They're offering you over health. They're offering you healing on crit, healing on hit. Leeching runes, mark of leeching. They're offering you all resistance banners and all resistance builds. So obviously you can have a support person if you want to push the tower further. At one point, without survivability, you're probably not gonna last much in the high tower levels. Dreamstones, sure, you can go with just focusing on the damage, but if you want to push level 30, 40, 50 tower, you're probably gonna need some survivability in a team. And you can just synergize, or you can just go all in damage and everyone boosting different types of damage. Okay, I just needed a moment to close my window and put my heater on. It's getting cold. Yeah, on hit is offensive, but it's still providing you a defensive playstyle. Not playstyle, but defensive stats. So obviously you want to be getting defensive stats as you're doing offense. You want to be hitting, you want to be hitting weak points, you want to be critting. So you can get those extra bonuses. And that's how Godfall is. And was that my last map? Time to do some Fazir. Hope I don't die here. But again, you can have a Aegis Horn on a defensive support build with Banner charge speed and Archon Fury charge speed, and with Sundering Slam, and you can be providing damage and defensive buffs to the whole team, and not do much damage yourself, but Sundering Slam will give your allies 30% extra damage. You can have the resistance banner if someone else is taking the Archon Fury and the crit banners. And you can just have banner charge speed, Archon Fury charge speed, and keep stacking your Archon Fury which also gives every single person resistances. You can easily stack a ton of resists with Aegis Horn and that banner, and that resistance banner. But of course it's always good to have one person with the Archon Fury charge speed and weapon technique charge speed banner, one person with the crit banner. And then think about someone being on a support build. Shield spirit build would be super fun to do. Shield attack spirit build with enough shield recharge would be super fun. But it would be super heavy gear dependent. So heavily gear dependent because you don't have multiple charges of shield. You only have one shield charge and it's a little bit slow by default to recharge it. So you can't combo all different attacks until you get some sort of things that give you shield charge. Shield charge on hit, shield charge on crit. Shield charge when using a weapon technique, things like that. You would want to include such things. Eventually, when I have the items and when I have the augments, I will do one such build. Spirit shield attack build. Because with Archon Fury mode, I hit close to 30,000 with my shield right now. On my non-shield build, I have 3,700 spirit on my Vertigo. And yeah, sometimes I would do 25, 27k crits or whatever it is with just my regular shield throw, the arcing shield throw. And that's without even stacking shield damage and things like that, and stacking shield charge. So it's gonna be interesting to see how a full-fledged shield build would work. But I'm so happy I got an air hammer with the bubble. It's just nice. And applying mark of weakness as well. Can't ask for more than an air hammer with a bubble that also applies mark of weakness for that Vertigo build, spirit build with weapon techniques and Archon Fury stacking. Okay, let's see. Right, this way. Oh, stolen flasks. Really? I couldn't finish this map because of missing stolen flasks? Amazing. How did I not get more than 3 stolen flasks in this map? I've slaughtered so many goblins. Come on, give me one more stolen flask. Just one more. No, it's not dropping that one flask. Well, this map's not gonna be completed due to those not dropping. How did I get 2 flasks here And only 3 flasks throughout the whole other map. Now I have to go back to character select and restart. Two more maps and I should be level 60. Let's put those things in the storage.
Your pet has arrived.
Right. So this one was the boogie one. Well, might as well do this one. Hopefully it doesn't bug out on me. Hopefully. 5:11 p.m. I'm not gonna play much after reaching level 60. In fact, maybe after I reach level 60 I can just go stop the stream early and then start the Godfall stream earlier. But at least I wanna get this to 60, maybe do 1 or 2 more maps. We'll see. Because I'm getting very hungry. I didn't eat before starting my stream. I mean, I did eat, but not much. And I'd rather go and make myself some food. Come on. Thankfully there's a lot of enemies in this map. I'm actually gonna go back to the zones I didn't explore. There's a part on this side I didn't explore. I'm gonna group them up quickly. Let's get them all to spawn. And group them up like that. No one spawned here? Interesting. Oh, there we go. Got some more. Hopefully we can get all the rare bones to spawn, but again, I'm not doing this map to push, even if it doesn't drop me all the quest items. It's fine, as long as I get XP. We're getting there. 2 more thousand XP. most likely I'm gonna need to do one more map, even if this one is big and gives a lot of XP. I'm definitely gonna need to do one more. Come on, die. There we go. And this is not a gauntlet map, right? So why do I have the feeling that some monsters spawned in the same place where I killed some monsters? Maybe it's just me not remembering properly. Herion says, hey, I've watched some video on demand on your stream. I don't know what I think of Godfall. It's a strange game. I don't think if I like... Well, yeah, Godfall is not everyone's cup of tea. First of all, the combat is very different from your typical ARPG hack and slash wooter. So the combat is all about dodging, blocking, parrying attacks, positioning yourself, and in general the build diversity is great, and you still have to figure out the right type of damage to stack, the right type of percent bonuses to stack, whether you want to go skills and spirit, whether you want to go might and regular attacks and things like that. There's different ways to go, and with all the different augments and things, Godfall has a lot of layers, and it might feel a little bit it might be a little bit overwhelming to some people. To others, it might feel like home. For example, if you've played Dark Souls and games like that, you might really like the combat and the boss fights and all of that. And getting to fail all the time until you figure out how to build. I'm not a Dark Souls player, so for me this felt a little bit weird to get used to that combat, even though I've played games like Dauntless and things like that before. It still felt a little bit weird, but I'm getting used to it. I'm not saying I'm good at Godfall, but I'm saying I'm getting better than I used to be a few days ago. And I'm having fun testing different setups. It's definitely fun, but I can see how it's not gonna be everyone's cup of tea, and how many people would just not get used to the game, and how many people shouldn't even buy it in the first place because it's not their type of game, and they're just gonna get disappointed if they expect it to be their type of game when it clearly isn't. But I think it can provide a lot of entertainment, especially if you play it with others, if you don't want to play it solo. Grim Joe says, how many items with Absolver damage bonus do you have? I think only 2, or maybe 1. Let me check after this fight. Keep in mind I'm playing on normal, because I'm not level 60 yet. And this is my weapon. It actually has chance to shock on it instead of extra damage. So, damage to Absolver. 1 item with damage to Absolver. Yeah, just 1 item with damage to Absolver. So, only 30%. I mean, I can equip this, where did it go? This shoulder for damage to Absolver, but then I'm gonna have to equip this one. Or I'm gonna have to equip something else, like boots. I have Ice Shield duration and Ice Shield duration here. So I've got Ice Shield to last for like 7.5 seconds already, which is pretty decent. You can see Ice Shield from 20 seconds cooldown, it lasts until there's 12 seconds cooldown left. So until there's 12.5 seconds cooldown left. 7.5 second duration for Ice Shield is amazing. I like it. Of course, Absolver does a ton of damage, and if you stack 2 or 3 items with Absolver damage, which would be, for example, pants, chest and shoulders with Absolver damage, or pants, chest and shoulders with entropy damage, this can be pretty strong. It's definitely good to stack those. The strongest hitting thing for me right now is the Golem. He can crit to 580,000 when I've got Harmonic Form up. And I can get him to crit to 1,000,000 with min-maxed setup, which would mean 300,000 in Ridiculous if I can do 1,000,000 here. I think min-maxed Golem can do a lot of damage. Come on, come on. I really wish the Golem would do some damage on the initial cast. I've already said that to developers and suggested it. Even if it's not the same damage as when you recast it, even if it's just 20 or 30 or 50% of that damage. It feels bad when you cast the Golem for the first time and it just does nothing, just appears. Whereas if you do a little bit of damage on the initial cast, or freeze or whatever, something, it would be nice. There we go. We're getting close to leveling up, by the way. I didn't expect to level up with this map. Much more enemies than I expected, which is good. And there we go, ding ding ding, level 60. So this final point, I have no idea where to put it. For now, let's just leave it, maybe. Maybe I can put this. Or this. And maybe I can just put 1 point into Frostskin. If it's just 1 point, Frostskin 1 point. It's underwhelming. 70 seconds for 1 point, it's not gonna do much. So maybe I can do 1 or 2 more maps and just go have dinner and then come back for some Godfall. And this Electrum in Godfall is so slow. I spent hours last night farming the tower. And I'm still far away from upgrading everything I need upgraded. Oh, entropy. But chance to block, no defense. I've already got one like that. This one on the other hand I like. It's pants though and no socket, but I'm gonna keep that one. Okay, let's see how much damage I can get the golem to do now. $694,000 damage with this weapon. So it's only 7,500 damage. I can get this to 8.5, 8,600 damage if there was no chance to shock. So I can definitely get it to 700 and something close to 800,000. And if I get some flat damages and crit damages, because my crit damage right now is 220. If I get that to 300% or close, and if I get some flat damages from my chest and pants, I can get that to 1,000,000 in theory. What about entropy? How much damage can I do with entropy and an absolver? Keep in mind I do 10% damage to sword targets and Dark Spears is swallowing. And that was in the equation intentionally. Absolver doing 455. $378k. And entropy is doing also around the same per hit, I think, but entropy does much more hits. Okay. Okay, you can get Absolver to do pretty close damage to the golem. Not the same, but still close. Because you can see the golem does 870% weapon damage at max level. Whereas Absolver right now does 568. But I can get that to do 800. Maybe with 3 items for damage to Absolver. Let's drink some tea, gotta hydrate. Nice. Okay. Come on, Golem, and be faster, Golem boy. I know we can summon him, and I know I don't use it to attack, I only use it for nukes. That's the way I use... Oh, wait, I forgot. I forgot to claim my legendary gear bundle. Can I get Molten Reach? No, unlucky. Next time. Next time. Molten Reach just refuses to drop. Oh, this white noise. I can't wait for them to fix this white noise bug, because it's just it's just brainwashing you. The stupid white noise glitch. The sound effect that's stuck. Okay. Come on, come on. Boom. If only this one had a socket. Duration for Snowstorm, pretty good, but not for this build. Maybe I should have kept it, but yeah. No socket. So yeah, I'm thinking of just going to have some early dinner. It's 5:30 p.m. here. And I'd rather go eat now, because I haven't eaten much since I woke up several hours ago. So thanks Struck for watching. There will be some Godfall in like half an hour from now, at most. I don't think it's gonna take me more than half an hour to make myself some food, eat it, and be ready to stream. So around half an hour from now, expect me to come back with some Godfall on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks again for stopping by, for watching. Until next time. Keep it cool and goodbye.